Jack?
I am here.
Elise?
Present.
Valeria?
Here.
Rudy?
Here.
Lamorne?
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta see this link. Oh. Yes, very much so. Very much so, Brett. Who would like to do the recap of what happened 2 weeks ago?
I'll do it.
Okay, go for it.
So last time on A Brave New World, the adventurers exit the horror room and found themselves following a fire elemental that Valeria was able to befriend. And in doing so, it led us to a room filled with demons. A fight ensued, and unfortunately, the party released some of said demons, and the party was unable to capture or kill all of the undead. Shut up, Rudy. That one escaped and raised the alarm. And after doing so, after finishing off all the demons, the elemental stayed and fight while everybody escaped, leaving it to die. So Valeria was unable to fulfill her promise to returning it home. Sin was mildly annoyed that we returned without any treasure or information within that the party's promised to bring her. So they rested up, and now Zirak and Falk are in the tub having a chit chat, and we're just all resting, ready to go back in.
Okay. Well done. Go ahead and give yourself a point of inspiration. And we'll just pick it up with Zirak and Falk having a chit chat, washing each other's backs, doing what they got to do to get clean and hopefully get the stink off of Falk. What would you guys like to talk about?
So, Falk, Valeria, she's single?
She is not.
Damn.
Her heart is taken by her Lord and Savior,
And who is that?
the Shining Lady, I think, is what she calls her. I think. I would know this, but I don't remember. He asked if you were single, Valeria, and I said that you were not single.
So, what brings you all the way out here into the infested undead land?
Friendship. Great friendship, but what do you mean by friendship? I mean that a member of our esteemed party of adventurers has dear friends that are in trouble in this part of the world, and as we are also his dear friends, we could not let him try to find his friend without our help. Since he has helped all of us in the past with things that we have needed, we are returning the favor. Through danger, through trials, and through a long, long quest into the mountains and into the snows and into the cold, we will never falter.
That is a very good cause.
Why are you here?
Research.
What exactly are you researching up in the mountains here? Were you trying to find those that captured you?
I'm writing a book about the undead, and I heard about the vampires and that live in the mountains, and I thought that this is a great opportunity, but unfortunately I got caught.
Have you met Sin before tonight?
I have not.
Well, if you are researching undead, she seems to be a valuable resource in that manner, as she has control over death and undeath. It seems that her power is very great, and you might stand to learn a thing or two from her.
Oh, I shall.
She is single. And while she does surround herself with the undead, she does like things to spring to life from time to time.
And how would you know this?
Her and I are very close recently. I'll be frank with you, Falk. Much like you, I am in search of knowledge and power. Not so much just the knowledge side, but power. And she is undoubtedly one of the most powerful beings that I have encountered. I had hoped by becoming closer to her that she might share some of the knowledge of her power with me, so that I might complete personal goals of my own.
Well, doesn't her power and mine conflict with yours?
Power at its basest essence is what I crave. What school of magic it derives from is of little consequence in the endgame.
Oh, and where did you find this wand that you graciously have given me?
Zerak remembers where this wand was found, but Ken does not.
The troll cave.
I tell him where I found it. Yes, that's right, the troll cave. I found it buried in a heap of troll dung.
Well, that's where most interesting things are nowadays. We cannot afford to stay clean for the pursuit of knowledge and power. Sometimes we gotta get our hands dirty.
Which is exactly why I befriended Sin in the manner that I did. To get my hands dirty. Well, I thank you for the talk, but I am feeling rather clean and refreshed now, and would wish you a good evening, as I would get up out of the tub and begin to put my robes back on after drying. And I'm feeling a bit hungry and am in need of some time with my books.
Yes, I am right behind you. I will be getting out shortly.
Zerak, you head outside, feeling refreshed, clean, sort of the frustration of the day was kind of washed away by the warm water and the soap inside. Sort of intrigued by Falk a little bit, you make your way out and you notice that all the girls have kind of gathered around one of another and have began to sort of give each other massages and give each other like makeup tutorials and just try to. It seems like everyone's trying their best to relax, knowing that eventually they're going to have to walk back into that hellhole. And then as soon as you come to that realization, it kind of like puts a damper on your mood a little bit.
It does. I saunter by Valeria real quickly, and I kind of whisper into her ear, "Don't worry, I told him you weren't single." And then I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna go off to a private corner, and I'm going to call forth Moonlight from his little parallel dimension that I sent him to a couple nights ago, and just for companionship that is not going to argue with me about much.
You summon Moonlight as you find a nice quiet corner and pull out your spellbook. And as soon as Moonlight apparates into the material, he sort of snuggles in really close to you, and again you can feel him shivering, shaking quite violently in fright. But he's here. But you can tell that he's not quite comfortable.
Well, I will pat his head and pet him and hold him close for a little while, trying to make him feel protected and safe.
And then it's the same sort of thing that you kind of hear in your head every now and then. It's they shouldn't be here. It's not allowed. They shouldn't be here. It's not allowed. And you just, every now and then, as he sort of shivers and kind of ducks himself closer to you for comfort and for protection.
Mark, I tell before I get out. I cast what is it? Commune with Animals. And I'm trying to call to see if my bat friend is nearby.
Make the spell.
Speak with the animals.
As of right now, your bat friend is not, I'll say, within range of what this spell gives you.
I get sad because Alucard is not nearby.
You guys sort of hear coming out of the back of this tent what sounds like the chirping of what sounds like a bat. Quite loud with a sort of resonant, bassy note to its voice. It sounds like a big fucking bat. That's kind of calling out from the back of this tent. Even Sin seems a little bit surprised at this sound.
After no response, I would get out of the tub.
Okay, so you get out of the tub and dry off and start heading back out. By this time, it's drawn pretty late into the night. You guys had your sort of feast, once again prepared by Stephen and the other undead liaisons of the traveling pavilion. And the girls have had their sort of makeover sessions, and everybody feels pretty and rested. Is there anything else you guys would like to do before you go to bed?
Dalian does approach Zirak before heading to bed with 2 items to see if he can check on them, see if there's anything magical about them.
Perfect. As Zirak just whispered the same thing. That's great. As you guys sort of begin to get going, you watch as Sin kind of gets up. And kind of without excusing herself, just turns to the back and starts walking towards her back room. They're closely followed by Stephen, who sort of makes his way to the back with her. What items do you have?
One was that signature earring that she said Dalian got off of his rival.
Okay.
And the other one, I don't think we ever had looked at. It was that elvish sword off the Revenant.
Elvish sword. That was a long time ago. I gotta pull that out. Okay. Okay. Zarak, which one do you look over first? Actually, we'll just say to save time, you sort of set both down in front of you as you begin your sort of ritual incantations and your lighting of incense and evoking words of power to sort of focus in and kind of weasel out any sort of magical secrets that could be hiding within any of these items. There is no distinct magical hint off any. The Elvish longsword itself just seems to be a silvered longsword, though in quite good shape, very well taken care of once the grime and dirt of use has been kind of washed and oiled away. You can imagine that the Revenant itself did not take much good care of this person's belongings whose body he kind of took over. But it's a very, very well-made, sort of single-edged, long, leaf-bladed at the end, kind of very Lord of the Rings-ish in the opening prologue sequence. Prelude, I mean. Yeah, the opening prelude sequence. And the teardrop itself is a conundrum. There's a faint magical hint to it. The magic kind of... It speaks of necromancy, but it is very, very faint. But your identify spell does let you know that this is a crystallized tear. It is a crystallized tear of a banshee.
Okay. I will hand the sword to Thalion and say that I did not detect a combining with the weave and this sword. However, it is of fine elven craftsmanship, and it has been silvered, and so it should still prove useful against creatures that are vulnerable to silver. The earring itself does radiate a hint of magic, because I believe it came from a creature cursed or made of magic itself, a banshee. The tear of one has been crystallized into this small earring. But I cannot determine whether, or it does not seem the earring itself emits magic.
Interesting.
But both fine pieces of art and craftsmanship.
Very interesting. Thank you, Zarak. I will...
It is quite a strange earring, Thalion, for someone like a Shadow Walker would wear. People who abhor most things undead. Perhaps it's a trophy, perhaps not, but it is sort of a strange thing to wear upon oneself.
Thalion does find it odd. Not sure what to make of it. But for the meantime, just like how he has the badge from Elatrana, he'll bear the earring until he knows he's saved the rest of any Shadow Walkers, if there are any left, or Elatrana.
Okay. Anybody else?
Mark, I'm gonna go outside where I'm and see the giant mass grave. I'm gonna go up, pull out that black jet that Zarak has given me, and try to cast my my animate.
You know that they were burned. They were piled and burned because most of the bodies there were unusable because of how they were impaled, like Vlad the Impaler style.
Would Falk know this? Because I thought we teleported into the tent.
Then Falk wouldn't know about the mass grave outside then.
Oh, okay. I was saying he was just gonna walk outside and then.
Yeah, so they're all burned. So it's all just like charred bones and ash. You do see two very large, what seem to be ogre zombies, kind of like standing out there looking dumbly around, waiting for something to do. But other than that, it's cold. You're the first person to actually step outside in quite some time, and you notice that there's about 3 inches of snow on the ground, and the wind itself is quite bitter.
So, knowing that, I'm taking. Even though it's cold, I'm breathing in the fresh mountain air because I've been stuffed up in the south for months, and I'm just kind of taking it in before I go back and back.
Sounds good. I mean, you are breathing it in, and it's that winter, almost like fresh winter air when you wake up and step outside and you breathe in, and it kind of stings a little bit until you sort of get used to it. But sort of like drinking water after chewing mint gum, you feel the breath just go right through your mouth, all the way down into your lungs, chilling everything. It's invigorating. It does wake you up. But after about a minute or so, things start to kind of go numb.
Right, I expect so. So, yeah, I'll go back in.
You guys watch as Falk walks back into the tent. As soon as he hits the heat within the flap, he starts to steam. And you can actually see where parts of his hair look like they almost froze and are now sort of steaming and dripping from his hair.
Mark, it wasn't snowing. There was just snow on the ground, correct?
There was snow on the ground. It was not snowing. But you kind of went out there right after your bath, so your hair was still kind of wet.
Oh, yeah, that's fine, yeah.
That is how you catch a cold, Illyria. Give me a Constitution saving throw, fuck! Oh, you're fine.
Oh, god damn it.
Falk catches a fever and dies.
God damn it, Falk.
Leomorn, I saw that you wanted to try to make a potion.
Well, looking through everything, once he's well fed, he'll basically take his supplies and go, if anyone needs me, I'll be busy doing what I do best. And once he gets a setup going, he'll start making some drops and try not to rush it, because he's pretty certain the one that created the giant waterfall on his head was probably the result of that.
Okay, so in your 2-hour rest, you can make 2 drops of healing during this long rest without sort of pushing it. And, you realize what happens now is if you rush it, your measurements are a little bit off, and there's sort of a consequence with the magic imbued with the alchemicals and the herbs inside. So.
All right, so as I'm making the sound, I'll just mutter, although that would be helpful in the right circumstances.
Okay.
I must make a note to figure out how I can make that wild surge effect on a potion. That could be helpful. Maybe.
You can do it on purpose if you want. All you have to do is add just a little bit more of this and a little bit more of that. And if you want to do that with your skills in alchemy and altering the recipe just a little bit, you can make something that could cause a surge of magic. It's well within your power to do so.
Well, it is rather tempting. I don't think I want to kill my own teammates at this very moment. But I'll tuck that away though in the back of my head, just on the off chance.
Mark, if nobody else is going to say that they're doing something this evening, I have something else to add that I would like to try while I'm alone in my corner. Since I am pulling open my spell book and beginning to study it, I pull out a quill and dip it in an ink, and I start to write on a page in the middle of the book where it's clear. Saphirian, It's been a long time since we spoke. I'm wondering if you are here with me in this cold and desolate place.
You write the words on the page, and as if being erased from the left to the right, as soon as you write them, they sort of just disappear. In their place is a very shaky, almost toddler-like writing, as if the hand does not have much control over what's being written, or perhaps there's not much strength, and you see the words, I hear, in a very shaky sort of, why can't I think of the word? I will just say a very shaky script. Cursive. A very shaky cursive script. Jesus.
Gotcha. I will put both of my hands on the book and kind of caress it a bit and say, well, I am glad that you are still here, and I am here for you if you need consoling. Is it this place that has you afraid, like my familiar moonlight? And at this point, I think I would probably stop writing and just whisper to the book and see if it still responds.
One word sort of scribbles as you sort of take your hands off the page after you get done speaking and sort of hold onto the sides. And it just says, weak, in the same cursive script. Give me an intelligence check.
Okay. Just a straight intelligence?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay. You remember that she mentioned something to you a while back. Something about her strength. And it could just be the tiredness setting in, and you feel really sleepy after that relaxing bath and the food, and the warm spiced wine that you kind of drank and brought with you over here, and laying back on these pillows and looking at the book through this dim light. Your mind's a little foggy, but you remember something about her strength, and you think maybe that right now she's too magically weak.
Okay. I have a suspicion that it might have something to do with lounging around on the darker side of the weave here, where it's stronger here than where we've been before. So I will tell her, rest easy. I'll keep you safe. We'll speak more later. And I'll study my spell, because I'm changing my spell list for tomorrow, so I'm studying a couple of different spells, and then I will go to sleep.
Mark, I'm doing the same thing. I put some eye droplets in my eyes, and I am looking over my book.
Where are you doing this at? Like in your own sequestered little silk sheet cordoned off like pavilion in this tent, or are you just kind of doing it out on the table where everybody's still kind of lounging around a bit?
Well, I put in there. I find a cushion, so I just do it, not thinking.
Those of you guys still in the main room of this pavilion in this tent, watch as like Falk pulls up a pillow. He kind of sits cross-legged. He takes out what seems to be like this little tiny tincture bottle, and he puts 2 drops into his eyes, and then he puts the bottle back into his pocket. And as soon as he puts it back up, he sort of reaches into his pocket and just pulls out his hand with nothing in it. And then he begins to what almost seems to be miming, turning pages in a book.
At this point, that's actually not the strangest thing we've seen so far.
I don't know, Drummond. I don't know. After a while, you guys begin to sort of filter off back into your original sleeping quarters that you guys made it to. The night goes on. Most, if not all of you, are kind of brought on these sort of very weird dreams. A lot of stone walls, a lot of screams. Valeria, you're walking through the halls. The sounds of your armored feet kind of echo as you make a sort of tentative march through this place. There's a deja vu aspect. Some things feel familiar, others not. But you look and you see these warriors wearing sashes that see you approach, stand off to the side and sort of nod their head and salute. You see seemingly robed individuals wearing the same sashes bow and extend their hands forward in a gesture to please pass. You see the dead in front of you, sort of standing in the middle of the hallway, looking at you before they too begin to part and allow you to pass. You walk through this endless hallway of bare stone. Hundreds of undead to either side of you, letting you walk through. All of them with their heads down in a sort of reverential salute. Until you see a large, double wooden door, 20 feet high, 20 feet wide, that opens with a massive, croaking creak that seems to echo like an earthquake as the doors slide away from you, revealing what seems to be a large sand plain. Sun beaming down as bright upon your eyes. And you hear a very soft, sweet voice. I've been waiting for you. And you sort of wake up. You look around the tent, trying to normalize the situation as your heart is sort of beating fast. You see shapes sort of shuffling along the other side, kind of in a circle. Walking around the main pavilion kind of sends another shiver down your spine as you remember the zombies that kind of move within. You sort of cuddle closer to Rudy, finding some safety next to the warrior, and then you fall back asleep. Morning comes as each of you sort of wake up one by one, but you're not sort of greeted with the sense of cooking food. There is warmth, the smell of fire smoke. You sort of make your way in towards the main dining area in the pavilion, next to like the standing stove in the middle. And there is sort of just sitting a pot with a bunch of bowls and what seem to be some loaves of bread. Just kind of waiting, but nobody else is there.
Dalian will slowly approach, kind of just scanning around.
You do catch some of the figures, some of the zombies. They're kind of back at their post, and they're sort of moving the ropes up and down. You see the fans sort of circulating air throughout. After a while, you do see Steven the sort of masked gimp kind of make his way out of the kitchen. Then he sort of brings a bowl that's filled with some large wooden spoons that you guys can use to eat out of, and kind of lays it down before he sort of nods and then leaves.
Is anyone else getting a very odd vibe from this now?
She could be preoccupied. She was going to see if she can set the crystal to teleport us elsewhere.
Or she could be displeased that we didn't fulfill a job.
Well, she did give us 3 scrolls, so it is my belief that she probably intended us to fail at least twice before succeeding. Otherwise, she would have only given us 1.
Is that what she told you that one night?
And you do remember
Maybe she expects
when you
us
guys
to
first
die.
appeared. When you guys first appeared after using the scroll, she was a little bit miffed. Not that you used a scroll, but that you had to use a scroll so fast. As you guys were literally in there for maybe like 3 or 4 hours.
Oh boy. Wait, does this mean though that we have to go back up that bloody tower again?
Say after we eat.
Well, yeah,
try
we have a
and
job
check
to
with her,
complete.
because the goal
You
was
guys-
to be teleported in.
You guys pull the lid off of the large, like, cast iron Dutch oven pot that's there, and you see that it's like a porridge. It's just like a plain oatmeal porridge. There's no smell of spices. There's nothing. And after a while, like, you guys dish up and kind of, it's warm, it's filling. There's, it tastes like there's some cream to it. It's kind of bland with the oats. There's not a whole lot of seasoning, but it is hearty. Chunks of potato in there and some other root vegetables.
Before anybody eats, I'd say just root around and make sure there's no eyeballs.
She
I have a
doesn't
big
seem
spoonful about to shovel it in.
she doesn't seem like the mischievous type. And I meant to respond.
Yeah, but
sorry, I was pulling up
do we
pizza
know
out
if
of the oven.
she made this meal or if one of her infected zombie
Oh,
minions?
good point. Perhaps somebody lost an eyeball while making the meal.
I take a bite.
You take a bite, and it's good. And as soon as you take the bite, realize it's good, you hear a voice kind of from behind. Actually, Steven made this meal, as he's the only one within the kitchen to actually touch the food. And you see that she kind of sits down at the same sort of chair on the far left side of the table, kind of like the head of the table. And she just kind of lounges there in her silk robe. After a while, the scent of spiced food does kind of linger out of the kitchen, and Stephen walks out with just a singular plate of very warm spiced flatbreads. You see that there's like a yellow rice kind of dished off to one side. What seems to be a very light kind of chicken meat that's been kind of shredded and down with like an accoutrement of kind of like fresh herbs and cooked vegetables on the plate. And he sort of sets it down in front of her, and she pats his head sort of lovingly, like almost like he's a dog. And he sort of excuses himself and makes his way back into the kitchen, and she sort of like begins to eat. She just kind of looks at each and every one of you kind of slowly.
When Steven walks back, I say, "Thank you, Steven. Much appreciated."
And he's kind of like nods his head and kind of groans a little bit as he makes his way back into.
Well, she can be upset all that she wants if it pleases her. I'm pretty positive that the number of applicants that she has banging on the tent flaps here to do her dirty work for her is near zero. So if we're the best that she has, then maybe she should have a little bit more faith in us. And I believe that we will be successful.
Then
One bad start does not mean that the Fates United will fail in the task set before them.
I
If
don't feel
that's what you
very
think.
comforted. It seems to be a contradiction when you said that we're the best and yet no one else is showing up. It's kind of like we're her only choice, regardless of how good we are.
That's my point, that anybody else would have probably failed before even reaching her tent.
by all means, please, if you would return my 2 scrolls, I will happily go in with Stephen and some of the others. And you can take your key, and I will take this key as payment for what you've done so far.
Oh, I thought she...
And you can take my hospitality and my food as payment for what you have legally done.
She's right there.
I just saw a bit of an opportunity, and if that's the way you feel, I would like my possessions back, and you can all excuse yourselves from my very warm tent.
Sure, I just met them.
Sorry, I guess I didn't realize that she was in the tent.
I was trying to speak up, but yeah, she was in front of us when you started.
Yeah.
No,
So,
that was
That
not
said,
me asking
even-
politely. That was me saying, give me back my scrolls. Our deal is done.
we are here for one purpose and one purpose only, and I'll pull out the scrolls and throw them at her feet.
If you would all kindly leave.
We are here to find our friend, Thalion's friend. That is all. If you can assist with that, we would gladly accept your assistance, and if we can do a little quid pro
Don't try
quo
to sweet
process-
talk your way out of this one, wizard. You're the best the world has to offer. Then go ahead and do your best. Because apparently your best was 4 hours.
And
Now,
she's
if you
not
would
talking
please-
about the dungeon.
If you would please take your things and
4 hours
leave my
is-
pavilion.
Pretty substantial, man.
If you would please take your things and leave my pavilion, I can get to planning on what I need to do.
Well, I threw the scrolls at her feet, and if she wants to be that way, then I will leave the tent. I'm not afraid of the cold because it doesn't make me cold. So
Thalion will actually.
I turn around and say, I don't need your power anyway. One day I'll be more powerful than you can even imagine. And I
One
stomp
day
out.
you will be dead.
And so will we all.
Rudy is going to make very loud slurping noises as she slurps up her stew, and then she will take 2 of the tortillas and walk out.
So you're gonna take like 2 of the loaves of bread? You guys
Yes,
you guys got bread. She had her own sort of meal made for her.
Yeah, I'm just gonna just grab a handful of food and walk out.
Okay. loaf of bread in her mouth, like a couple bowls of stew, just kind of.
So, Thalion is actually waiting for everyone to walk out so he can approach and talk to Sin himself. After
I was
this
gonna
played
do.
out.
I was gonna do the same thing.
And if he sees anyone still waiting, I will wave them to go on.
I'll follow behind. I'll follow behind Zerak, but just mutter to him. Now that we have a chance, there's something I need to show you from what I got.
Did I still have one of those keys? Because if I did, I'll throw that down on the ground with the scrolls too.
I would not.
You threw the glyph key on the ground?
Yep.
Thalion would pick that up. We need that for one thing. And
I don't need it.
I mean,
I don't need anything.
This is happening. This is happening when he threw the scrolls. So she would
Yes.
have it in her hands already before you started waiting.
I threw everything that she gave me, including the memory of her, on the ground.
Okay, so then at this point, Thalion is definitely waving everyone out so he can speak to Sin.
And as everybody's leaving, you hear her kind of look, Stephen, start packing everything up. We're gonna.
I was gonna wait to speak with her as well.
Dalian is waving you out. So
I don't need to go out.
please let me speak to her after everything that just transpired.
Hulk's like, who the fuck are you? Like,
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you doing me, but
Trying to salvage everything. So if you
give
could
me an
please-
insight check, Valiant. Okay. I think you've been around enough people to know that if you're going to try to salvage this, it's going to take an act of almost godly persuasion.
Yeah, I figured that, but considering what's at stake and everything that just transpired with the stuff we require being thrown on the ground and being taken, Dalian is going to try.
I'll just step back and wait.
You watch Falk take a step back and sort of hold out his hand, like, go ahead.
I do apologize, Sin, for the words that were just transpired. As you've noticed, my companions are young. Sometimes we do speak before thinking.
And she just kind of eats her food and occasionally kind of looks up to you and then just kind of continues to eat her food.
I am a man of my word, and I will still hold to the deal we made if you will still have it.
No, I don't think I will.
Can you at least part with that one glyph key so we can get back in?
What are you willing to give up for it? Your friend just threw a priceless commodity at my feet. I have taken ownership of this commodity. Commodity is not free. You see, we are no longer business partners. You are a customer seeking something to which you wish to buy. There is nothing to be haggled here. There are no deals to be made. What are you willing to pay for this? One of the hardest things in the world to get a hold of.
What kind of payment do you require? As I
What
know
are you
do not
willing to
take-
give?
She wants your penis, Thalion.
You guys aren't in the room. What are you talking? What are you doing?
Wow,
I'm just kidding.
That's tough. I better censorize that.
So those of you guys that are outside not wearing a magical robe that helps you against minus degree weather, you guys are freezing your fucking asses off. It is snowing now in the morning. It is crisp. There is ice. It is probably like 15 below zero up here. It is cold as shit.
So, Zarak, how close did you say the winter was again?
How desperate are you to get a hold of this key, Raphael?
Mark, wasn't there a ruin nearby that had some kind of shelter?
Yeah, it's the Shadow's Mass Tower. That's dead ahead of you guys.
I point to the tower and say there's shelter there.
Okay. And you guys start kind of crunching your way over there, noticing that Thalion and Falk are not.
Considering
Do we still have the other companions that was with us, Faye and stuff? Or are they still in the tent with her?
No, they're no longer in the tent. They're kind of walking towards the tower with you guys.
Okay. I just
Your horses are walking to the tower towards you guys. And for the first time, you guys realize that Rovanian is no longer ever to be seen here. Like, we just don't know where he is.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
Go ahead, Thal.
considering the one I've come to save, the one I seek, is within that tower, I am beyond desperate.
I would like to see your weapon.
You want to see my glaive?
Yes.
Thalion will let her take a look at it.
And you watch as she sort of lays it on the table. And she begins to kind of run her hands through it, as you can watch as almost like static electricity is sort of running from her fingers across the wood into the blade. And you watch as she sort of opens her eyes and there's a flash of magic. You know what she's doing. She's trying to identify this blade, but not in a ritualistic manner that you've seen Zirak do it. You can see that she's actually pumping power into it, pushing beyond what may be there, just beyond a normal ritualistic reading. And you see as she closes her eyes and she smiles. I would part with this key if you would part with this glaive. And her smile is predatory. Like a lion smiling at a goat that it's about to bite into that doesn't realize it's there. What say you? Desperate times, as they say. As Thalion's contemplating this, you guys do make it into the cave. The wind dies away as soon as you get into the cave, but it's like walking into a walk-in freezer. It's the same temperature, there's just no wind. You guys make your way further and further towards the cave structure into the back until you find the door. Again, odd. You could have sworn that you closed the door behind you last time, but the door is once again open in the same manner it was. You guys, Droman walks up close, kind of looks, opens the door a bit, looks inside. Droman, you see the same eerily clean, stale, stagnant room. No dust, no dirt, no smell except stale oxygen, like air that's been closed up in a car for too long. But as soon as you kind of walk past that precipice, it's sort of like walking through a bubble. Like your ears sort of pop. And you sort of have to move your jaw around to kind of accustom to the pressure within. But again, you find yourself in this sort of like dead zone. No breeze. It's not hot. It's strange. You can feel yourself sweating, but you don't feel like any sort of ambient temperature. Thalion, around you, all the pillows are kind of getting stuffed into these like large knapsacks, and you hear the sounds of pottery and plates and silverware and things sort of being put away. Stephen comes, then he looks at the stew and sees that it's not even half eaten, and he kind of shakes his head and tuts a little bit in disappointment. It didn't taste very well, but he's still working very hard on that porridge. And you see that he kind of takes it back kind of solemnly into the back kitchen. And she's just dangling the crystal glyph key in your face like a pendulum, waiting for your answer. Falk, you're looking at this. Like, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that I don't want to end my relationship with her over some people over the companions I have just met. So I'm just kind of waiting for my opportunity to maybe come in and salvage this and continue on with our relationship. We both want to gain the information from within the tower. So
Okay, Thalion, what is your decision?
Would you accept it after I've returned from the tower?
No. You have all shown yourselves to be people I cannot trust. And as I said before, you are the customer buying something. There is no haggle. There is no deal. There is no layaway. There is no pawn and loan. You will accept the payment of this crystal for your weapon, or you will not. Black and white. There is no gray here.
If I didn't suspect that a piece of my soul might be lingering in this weapon, I would just straight up.
A crystal key that can help you find your friend. Or a weapon forged of Titan steel. What's more important to you, half-elf? Or are you not as desperate as you claim?
I'll reach for the crystal.
Hubris is a terrible thing. I consider our dealings complete.
That, turn at this point and leave the tent.
You sort of give a cursory glance back, and you can see that she has it in her hands, and she's sort of looking at it and smiling and running her fingers over it. And you can see her eyes are wide with amazement. Falk, you watch as a deflated Thalion is walking out, his fists clenched, knuckles bone white, with the glyph key sort of hanging from his hands, and he sort of kind of stomps off. In a dignified kind of anger, like not wanting to let it show, but it's hard. Until at last he passes through the flaps of the tent, his great black lion kind of in tow.
I will approach Sin, and I would say, I apologize even for the companions that I have just met.
I'm tired of hearing apologies.
However, I do not wish for our relationship to end.
Then come with me.
And where are you going?
That's a surprise.
God,
It's
damn
quite
it.
the conundrum, isn't it? Abandon the people that just saved you to travel with a complete stranger?
But don't you still want the information in the tower?
I can get it myself.
Perhaps I could.
This was a means to be able to relax while the work is done for me, but apparently incompetence runs rampant within this side of the world.
Perhaps you can still relax. While I.
You do not understand. You see, boy, I am leaving. I'll let you in on a little secret. Go ahead and jump down channels, Chris.
1 second.
So about that shelter, do we have any wood or means to make a fire to keep ourselves warm while we wait?
I suppose we can find something around here.
Are you sure, Lemon? Because all I see is a bunch of snow and ice! Ugh.
Sweet. So, what do you lot think's happening in there? So, what do you think's happening in there? In fact, is everybody present?
Your guess is as good as mine. I honestly don't think that there's saving whatever this thing was. I had a good feeling about her anyways. I guess a lot of us couldn't really trust her.
At this point, I don't think we can really trust anything around these lands. Not even those we rescue. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't expect even a thank you from most of them. They'd probably be just as quick to stab us too, just as easily.
At first, I thought that I could gain something useful from her, and I kind of look down at my feet as I say that, a little bit embarrassed at my actions. But I have come to understand that anything useful that I might learn, I have to learn myself, and not take from someone else who might seem to be more powerful than I am alone. For we as a group are more powerful than anything that we've encountered so far. And I think I have more to learn from my friends and our endeavors and our challenges than I do from any one entity that we may encounter.
I think that's a very mature thing to have concluded to, Zarak. I personally agree.
Thank you, Elise. I am almost 20 years old, so I am feeling quite mature today.
Look at that, you're almost a full-grown adult, eh?
Almost.
I do believe self-taught lessons often are the best. Though they might not be
experience is the best teacher.
Yeah, it might not be the most convenient, but you do learn one hell of a lesson that way.
Yes, just make sure we have the healers on standby when you learn such lessons.
Make sure it doesn't cost your life, too.
That's a fair point.
Or your
That's a fair point.
Speaking of, are you still sore from that one night? Because I swear I never heard screaming that loud before.
I don't want to hear la 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 la.
Yeah,
Women! I don't think this is an appropriate time
does
for
not
that.
think that's something he wants to share with the whole group. Anyway.
As Alicia gives Leomorn a dirty look like, excuse you, good sir, I don't think this is a good time for that. We're trying to gather wood so we don't freeze our tucusons off out here. What are you trying to do, Mr. Pervert? Walks away.
Sorry, I'm just trying to lighten the mood is all, since it seems like there's been a lack of humor since we've been in this blast.
By grossing people out? Boy, Lemon, you have a strange sense of humor, you know that?
It wasn't exactly gross. That said, I'm not proud of it. It's an experience. I have learned from it.
There you go. And that's all that matters.
However, if you want to hear screaming like you heard that night, her tent is right over there. Help yourself. She seems to be willing to give it to whoever raises the flap.
She sort of just waves to you as you leave. Falk, as she just continues to sort of eat.
I will walk up to the group.
Okay, so you sort of follow their footsteps as they all, by that time you finished and come out, you can see that they're no longer there, but you can see the trail they left in the snow, especially with the horse's hooves, making its way to the tower. You sort of walk all the way to the end and find a door, and you see that you're at the base of the tower inside this cave. You go in, and everybody is sort of standing in this open chamber with no furniture, and this place is... It's almost as if it exists outside of time. Kind of like in the Langoliers, like everything is flat. It just seems sort of lifeless inside, but it's there.
When I get there, I say we should head back to where you came from.
I mean, we should go home.
For now, yes.
We are not heading all the way back
Oh.
to that mountain after I just exchanged something to get this crystal back.
If you use that crystal, you're a dead man.
Why? What if you?
I believe it. She probably rigged it to probably land us in the middle of Death Zone. I mean, did you not see how many demons and monsters
What
were
did
in
you
that
learn,
tower?
Falk?
She is
Yes,
leaving.
enough with your riddles. Just be straight with us.
She is heading east. If you really want to find your friend here, we should head south. Going through this, they will know that the portal has been activated, and they will come rushing in with troops.
And what's south?
You're saying there's another entrance?
There's, I know at least 2 others. She's heading to the east. If you really want to find your friend here, if she is still alive, we should head south. How
And
far
you
south,
trust her?
I'm not sure.
Given that you just told us that she gave us a key and took an item from Thalion that he valued that was essentially booby-trapped that would send us to our doom?
I did try to bargain to get your weapon back. She wanted my life.
I say the word hag and spit on the ground.
So, once we use this portal again, they will know that the portal has been activated and will basically step into a trap. That's why she is leaving and not using this portal.
How do you know there's another
So
entrance
basically,
down
you're
south?
telling us that it was either way, us trying to get back in is going to be a bloody trap, and we're going to die.
So
Great.
what do you know about this entrance to the south? Is the key that Thalion gave his weapon for then useless, or can the key be used at the entrance to the south?
Yeah, Mark.
Okay. So I'll reiterate what she kind of said to Falk. That Falk is sort of telling you. Chris is kind of giving you like the base points without some of the things that she said that are kind of important. She said she's leaving, as now this same gate is going to be activated twice. It won't take them too long to figure out which location in the world you guys are accessing this from. And that's just putting together your sort of geographical kind of profile of who you guys are, where you're from. She's going to enter from a gate location somewhere to the far east. And there, hoping to sort of make her way in while you guys are sort of bustling about yourselves. Using you guys as cover, pretty much, to do what she wants to do inside. She gave no information of where the other gates are. She just told Falk there are multiple places to enter this if you look and bleed hard enough to find that information. And as Falk tells you guys that we don't even know how to escape once we get inside.
So sorry, Falk. You traded that jewel for nothing.
So the jewel can get you in, but you got the jewel from the demon hold. That jewel will give you access to the demon hold. And from there, you guys have to go back through the demon hold to get where you guys need to go. So make your plan, and we'll see what you guys do.
I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
My thought is this: she's telling Falk that she's using us as a distraction to do what she wants to do in the place. Well, how is she not just as much of a distraction in our favor if she's doing whatever she wants willy-nilly in this place?
My only concern is that we don't even know if there's another entrance. We don't know any specifics. It's just if he's to be believed, south. So how are we going to find this, quote, other entrance?
And if he's to be believed, the entrances can be moved if one is compromised.
So either way, we're still going to be going inside of this thing blinded, and we still don't know what we're up against, and we still don't know how to get in and out safely with our lives intact. This is beginning to sound like a hopeless cause. We have no idea where any of the other portals are or any of the keys. We have nothing. We don't even have people on the inside that know where any of this stuff is that could help us.
That's not true. That's most assuredly not true. We met people inside that were willing to help us, and they're still in there. There was a woman that we met,
but we have no way to get back to them. Is what I'm saying.
Well, but regardless, if we met people that were willing to help us inside, it's safe to assume that there might be others that would be willing to help us as well. I wouldn't.
How did Falk get in?
Maybe, but we don't know how to find them. And we're going to be fighting monsters after monsters and possibly dying. Are you willing to risk all of our lives just to try and find this one person? That we don't even know if she's actually
willing to risk all of our lives to find this one person, and we're willing to risk our lives.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking Thalion if he's willing to risk everybody in this party to find a person that may or may not even be in here.
I think he's
Once again,
already
we have no idea what we're up
demonstrated
against.
He is willing to sacrifice us all.
If you are wondering such things, then why are you on this adventure, and why did you join the Black Hearts to begin with? That is what
I came here to help save the world. I came here to help save the world, not throw lives away and waste things and waste time. We are wasting time.
You're not watching the big picture if you think we're wasting time. What did you see in there?
I think that you have a point, Thalion, that we saw things
something
in there.
that you wish to take on by yourself when we're not ready to take on. We don't even have the strength to take it on, clearly. We found that out within 4 hours.
A bunch of demons in there? Our only mistake was letting one person slip out. We need to be better organized. That is all that.
We saw things.
We already lost somebody and had to bring them back. Somebody we didn't even know.
Put an end to, even in Halanon. No matter where we are in the world, the summoning and controlling of demons is wrong. So the things that we witnessed in there are the same types of things that we would be battling anywhere else in the world. It was evil, and we are, as members of the Fates United, we stamp out evil. So
we just agree
I guess we are always
this portal has been compromised.
The portal has been compromised.
I'm not talking to you. Can we all agree that it's a bad idea to use this portal?
We agree that it's a bad idea to use this portal.
So can we start
I'm unsure
heading
why
south to a warmer climate, please?
I am unsure why Sin would give this information to Falk. Falk, what did you pay her
find
with?
a way back in.
I didn't.
If Thalion had to give up his weapon to get a key that essentially would lead us to our demise, then what did you pay her with to get the information that she gave you?
I was hoping somebody was going to ask.
That's why I'm asking. It's quite. You must have given her something. She was making a deal. She wasn't giving anything for free.
I was willing to give my life for Thalion to get his weapon back, but for that information that I shared with you, she shared for free.
I immediately don't trust it.
I immediately don't trust it either. Absolutely not. We can go south to the warmer climate, and if we happen to come across a portal, maybe we should make a decision then. But if she gave you something for nothing, then it's most assuredly for her own purposes and not our benefit.
Mark, those
Well, she already said we were to be used as a distraction. So I guess she assumed that as soon as Stallion came back with that crystal, we were going to immediately go through that portal, no ifs, ands, or buts, since we had our mind already made up.
There's a big assumption, though. She could be assuming that we'll waste time going elsewhere and not use the crystal, knowing she fooled me.
She did think quite low of us anyways to begin with when we entered out.
She was insulted.
I don't put it past her to have thought about that way.
I believe she's telling the truth.
Why? What's in it? What's in it for her?
We wouldn't be able to be the distraction she needs.
Rudy, as everybody's sort of having this like cross-point argument with one another, you sort of take a step back, and from what Falk said about how just identifying you guys geographically.
Yeah, he says there's another portal, and then everyone's discussing, and about how there's another, how they can find us. I was like,
Illyria told you that she was taken, the Battle of Middleburg, during the Age of Woe. Middleburg is in the Barrowlands. The group and everybody and all of you know that farmers and entire villages were being kidnapped and taken. You guys saw what seemed to be heinous experiments of flesh and bone running around with demonic visages, the broken forms of children sort of mutated into these waddling little monsters, while others, like Thalion's friend that you fought near the river, with these elongated fingers that ended up being bone blades and just terrible things. You were looking at those people and judging from where they're being kept. If I believe correctly, Falk said that he was in the Barrowlands before he was abducted and ended up in that dungeon. Illyria was captured in the Barrowlands. You can imagine that the people that you saw fighting in that pit, those farmers and civilians, could have been the villagers that were disappearing from the Barrowlands, because you guys know that the Skaven were delivering those people up to the Broken Tooth Tower in the mountains, past the big lake, past the vampires.
okay. I was kind of trying to see if I could find people from another zone, and then I would probably assume that there's another portal there.
Well, there is a way to find that out, but you guys have to do that from inside.
If you guys remember from the stories and what we were gathering, we stepped into another dimension. That dimension probably is as vast as the planet itself. So when she's saying she's going east, that is probably hundreds of miles away. So when you say south, that might be the same as well. We don't have time to travel hundreds of miles away just to try and search for another entrance we do not know of.
Actually, where's the map? Does anyone have the map still?
Thalion pulls free the Barrowland map.
I have a map on my character sheet as well.
I'm gonna take a look at this. So let's see here. I'm curious. Now, Falk, you did mention she said something about possibly, if she's correct, the portal south.
Yes.
Talon, what do you see here that could be down south? Any of the possibilities?
From what I just explained, nothing. South is probably not in the Barrowlands. When she said south, she probably meant somewhere completely different. As you noticed, her attire was different, and she was mentioning east. These locations are not in the Barrowlands because the Skaven were bringing them up to this point while kidnapping from the various places. No other mentions of where the Skavens were bringing them, just this point.
We don't know though,
So
because
you
we've
don't-
never been down to those places. So we have no idea. People could be missing from there too.
You're not listening. And I have been to a lot
You
of these
think
places.
south means-
I believe south is not South Barrowlands, but south in general on the planet. A completely different location that we would have to travel to. Every mention of the Skaven bringing people, after we found out how vast their underground homes are, and that they still bring them to this described location, not another location. If there is another area, it is probably not in the Barrowlands, but somewhere else.
That's a fair assumption. It could be like gates around the world that lead to this place. And this is the gate in the Barrowlands.
And we're pretty sure that they were taking him through this portal.
Valyria. The vision that you had becomes almost self-evident when Rezamoda drank your blood and you kind of shared in almost what seemed to be a mental link. You can tell that he's not from the north originally. The tan of his skin, the build of the home that you saw in his memory, and the sort of desert oasis that was shown through the large arched windows in the house that you looked around. You could tell that he himself is from a place nowhere close to this area.
Last night, I don't know if this is any help, but I dreamt of this place filled with so many undead creatures. They were bowing to me. The place seemed more sand-based. Maybe that's the south that she meant?
Which also sounds very similar to where I directed Niatu to go.
Well, if what you say is true, then it's a relief to me that that bitch won't be anywhere near us if she's leaving far to the east.
No, but we might run into her in the dungeon. But whatever portal you decide to take, it will lead us back to where we were. It won't lead us further in the dungeon or anything else.
We already
And if
came
that-
on a time limit. Going miles away to search for a portal that we don't even know where that could be is putting
So-
the gravestone.
Right now, our biggest risk is that if we use this portal, there's supposed to be hordes of enemies that will immediately swarm us because they know we're there. That's what we're saying.
If it's assumed that she is correct about this, that means once that key is active, it's sort of like ringing the dinner bell. Everyone in there will head to us, and anything that she will try to accomplish will be unimpeded.
Didn't the voice right before we ported out also tell us that the alarms have been raised? They know we're here.
Well, yes,
Whatever the
because
hell that thing was.
You guys let the white escape, and the white notified them where you guys were, and the alarms were raised at that point. They knew you guys were in the summoning chamber, and so troops were sent to the summoning chamber because somebody inside physically reported it to whoever that voice was.
So they already know that we're pretty much here in this vicinity or near this tower.
No, they knew we were in the summoning chamber.
Yeah, they knew you guys were inside the consortium because you guys did a pretty good job of going undetected until that point.
Well, Thalion, I guess it might be hard to face the truth, but we may have just failed.
Mark, I never saw.
I mean, failure is an option. Failure is an option. We tried to rescue your friend, and we failed through inexperience, blunders, whatever you want to call it. We may be unable to rescue your friend simply because there's just too much stacked against us, if they're even alive. The only other option I can think of is perhaps we can be captured by these vampires and brought into the keep as prisoners and find our way out that way. But
I don't
who wants to volunteer to do that?
I've already been
that's
captured
not an
once,
option.
and there was no way of escape.
The other option is we stay here for a month, here in the mountains, and just wait for enough time to pass to where they're not alerted to our presence anymore, and then we go in again.
We could, but here's the thing. We don't have any supplies. We don't have any food or water or anything. I don't think there's anything near. We were already struggling before winter hit to sustain ourselves.
Then we go back down the mountain and wait the winter out in some place, down some village, and come back up here in the spring. If we really want to stay in the Barrowlands that long.
We're already in the midst of it. We're not making it down the mountain at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we wait too much longer, then it's less and less likely that your friend would be alive anyway.
Mark, I never saw Thalion's friend while in there, did I?
Not the person he describes. But I mean, I've already said things as people inside about the possibility of where she's at, why you never see.
Right.
Those inside who were considered to have strong power were brought to a place that Rezamoda knew as the Eye of Eternity. And there, their power was slowly siphoned off. That power would, in turn, power all the experiments and the consortium itself. They were called the Chosen.
You didn't consider me one of the Chosen?
No, you were not. You don't know why, because you do have power, but you were just kind of thrown in the slop with everybody else. But I think Falk is smart enough to realize that a person that draws on necromancy is kind of, you're not exactly one in a million in a place that's powered and full of necrotic magic.
Right.
You're a chicken leg in a bucket of chicken legs, pretty much. And they found the one juicy breast.
Not the thigh?
So, yes, that's what you can imagine. That's the decision they made. And I mean, Xerox held it to the point. Like, why did she tell you that for free? She was more than willing to take your life in exchange for giving Thalion back his glaive, but, such crucial information was just kind of thrown to you, like on your lap.
While thinking about it, can I try to determine if she was telling the truth? Because at that point,
that would have been something you had to do in the moment.
Yeah, you'd have to see the person's face. You can't
No,
just.
I know, but
Because now you're thinking back on it with the doubt that Rudy and Zarak have kind of put in your mind, and then now you can start thinking to yourself like, oh, she was lying, you know, or oh no, she was definitely telling the truth, and now you just don't really fucking know. Like, she really fucked with your head on that.
You know, we had allies that we met in there, or people that were willing to help us. Who's to say that she was telling the truth about the fact that if we used the key, they would swarm us anyway? Are we taking her word for it, or do we know that for a fact? Maybe she just doesn't want us to go back inside there.
Well, we can make a common deduction.
Are you willing to try to take that risk?
Sure, why not? What do we have to lose?
A lot.
Besides our lives and our souls? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, it seems that we're at a crossroads. Either we go back in and try to rescue Thalian's friend before they're killed, or we give up and leave. And Thalian never gave up on any of us.
But if this is a trap, though, then... Well, I'd rather not think about that possibility.
No matter what, we won't know until we try something. And we still
I
don't
look
know
out
exactly
outside-
what we're up against, so... And I guess we won't know until we encounter it.
I walk outside real quick, or look outside. Is her camp still there?
I mean, you have to walk out of the door and walk all the way out of the cave you just trudged through if you want to do that.
I was just trying to see if she's still there.
Okay, so you're going to walk out of the tower, back into the cold, all the way up through the winding cave that you entered through. Once you get out there, you notice that the two large ogre zombies are just kind of on their faces, on the ground, unmoving. The cave itself, you have to move out into the weather and into the other cave to actually see inside.
But okay, but her tent is not there.
You have to go to the other cave to see. If you're just standing at the cave, you cannot see it.
I
don't know if I was talking about it before.
No, I wasn't understanding what you were getting at. Yeah, I will go out to the other cave and see if she is still there.
Done.
And I was going to say too, Zarak, you've handled Zeg and Valeria, you two have handled the keys before. Can you see if there's anything different about this one?
I gotta put it to my head, I guess, to see if there's any different. But I don't have the key on me.
No, Thalian has the key.
I'll let Valeria look at it.
It could be a counterfeit. She has given us those before.
Valeria, give me a Arcana check, please.
Last time that I did this, I almost died, but it's fine.
If you want, I could try.
No, I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Okay. You put it to your head, you concentrate, and you feel the images now that are being interposed in your imagination. You see that this key in particular was Rezamoda's. The first room it shows is the Demon Hold. You see the vast columned room with the terrifying and disgusting sort of frescoes on the walls of demons sort of torturing people. You then begin to kind of go through the halls as you look and see that this key is attuned. But you do not see people in this image. It just kind of shows you the rooms. You make your way down the hallway, and you find yourself in a large room of bare stone walls. You keep going, and then you see the summoning chamber again, so you can imagine that this key in particular is attuned to all the rooms within the demon hold. Nothing changed. When you touch it to your head, there was no imprint of somebody else's voice. However, she did say that there were contact stones inside that show up more like runes in some places, to which you can actually touch the stones to those and speak to others with the glyphs in their hands, the glyph keys. But now you guys only have the one.
Nothing seems to have changed. I just saw the rooms. This only leads to 4, and in order to get further, we're going to need to get another key.
That was the whole
And
plan
she
the
lied.
whole time when we were inside.
Right. She lied. As she does.
Are you referring to her changing it? Because we never got to that. That was what we were supposed to do in the morning.
No, I'm referring to the fact that she said that masses would be waiting for us upon our return. I think that we could use this key and survive. Yeah. Okay.
You guys were the first ones to say, this is a trap. There's going to be an entire army out there as soon as we go in. Like, you guys were the first ones to say that.
She just said that they're gonna know we use this portal again.
Well, so be it. As I say, let them fight.
Let them fight.
Well, if we're gonna fight, we need to plan. And Jill looked at that and she goes, so?
Obviously, when we go into this, we cannot let people get away or escape.
I've
That
taken
was our
care of that.
mistake. So we should
I have
not-
prepared different magics that will keep people from running away from us. Trust
We
me.
should try to keep the fights to small groups, not release anything that might add to it, not listen to any demons inside there.
Well, if it is our intention to return, then I have some magics to cast on myself to prepare, like, you know, some mage armor and stuff. But Thalion, I step up to you, and I hold out my hand to grasp your hand, and I tell you that I will be with you till the bitter end, as you were for me.
Thalion will grasp your hand and kind of nod his head. Thank you.
That was a very Theoden moment, and I dug it, Ken. Give yourself a point of inspiration.
Wait, who? Doug?
You.
Oh.
Zero.
Oh, okay, thank you.
As you were gambling, who just walked up to Theoden and said, "Your riders are with you, my lord, until whatever end."
Yes. I have been Thalion's friend since the beginning and will stay with him till the end. Whether everybody else is afraid of continuing or not.
Everybody just kind of looks now towards Elise, who at the moment was the biggest proponent of saying fuck it and leaving. And sort of, you feel everybody's eyes on you, Elise.
Am I there?
Yeah, you walk back after a while. Like, it's not a very short walk. It took you like 10 minutes.
I think his character is just standing idle in the cold.
Dude, Chris, this is the Council of Elrond. We have been arguing since the morning until the early afternoon.
It's been like a couple hours that you guys have been inside this strange tower structure again. Again, it's strange. You don't feel any sort of ambient temperature. You don't feel cold. You don't feel hot. But the air is thick. You do feel yourselves kind of sweating. It's kind of a strange sensation to be in a room temperature room and then feeling like your body's reacting to some sort of heat, but you don't feel anything. And yes, the hirelings are there with the horses, just kind of off in the corner trying to be quiet.
And
So let's say you
considering
roll
my
Fates
situation,
United.
I reach into the bag of holding and pull out my halberd from the very beginning.
Or you could use that silvered longsword you found.
Oh, I'll have that strapped to me just in case something happens. But my
And if we
specialized
ever
skill-
see Sin again, I will help you get your weapon back. Mark won't like it when I kill his fucking god, but I'll do it. I
She's
promise.
not a god. She's just a regular elfish necromancer.
Just let me hit 9th level. I've got it.
Because, I mean, you guys are treating her like shit. Like, Zirak, you spent the whole night giving her the cold shoulder and ignoring her. Rudy just kept taking pot shot after pot shot. Like, after she kind of... She showed you guys a lot of hospitality.
Yeah, but
she
she
gave you
also
an
treated
opportunity.
us like we were kindergartners. That was what Zirak took offense to the next
I mean,
morning.
you're 18, and facts you don't know, she's 325.
I'm sure she's an elf.
So she
got some
does
years on
feel
her.
like you're childlike in maturity, but like, yeah, I mean, hell hath no fury, man. So
Gotcha.
she's a catty bitch.
I wasn't rude to her. I want to say that.
Guilty by association, Falk. Guilty by association.
Uh,
She did offer you to go with her. So, what would you guys like to do?
Dahlian's intentions are to go back in, and if needed to calm some, we can wait a little bit longer before entering.
If he's got a plan, I'm in. Heroes don't run.
Our plan is to take it a little bit slower and make sure everything dies. And like I have a plan, like a magical plan to keep things from running away from us. But of course, Mark could just crit all his saving throws, and my plans go out the window. So just keep in mind the dice do play a role in this.
Yeah, I'm trying.
But from from Zirak's perspective, he believes his magic is stronger than the creature's, whether Mark makes his saves or not.
Because I mean, the white escaping last time was just nobody came after him. The only person that came was when Thalion sent Garshadow, and you guys are sort of clustered in the back the whole time. And so it's like, I'm not staying here. I'm leaving, and it left.
You know, Mark, the only reason he got away was because I was 10 feet out of range to
You
use
couldn't see him.
slams the door and knocks it. No,
Yep.
my cantrip that shuts the door and stops it from opening again. I was going to use that spell, but I was 10 feet out of range, and I was like,
Oh
damn
man.
it.
So, I mean, you guys can navigate this place. I didn't build it to be unbeatable. Like, you guys have the tools to do this. I mean, I gave you guys a fire elemental to take into battle with you. Like, that tipped the scales all the way in your guys' favor. I mean, you guys destroyed a room full of demons. That should tell you something.
And we did make 2 potential allies within the keep as well, so there might be more. That's kind of my argument, is that not everybody within the place was necessarily evil. Some of them were there because they felt they had no other choice.
So, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. quick restroom break. If you guys so wish, continue with your plan. When we come back, we'll iron everything out, and we'll decide what you guys do. If you guys decide that discretion is the better part of valor, and you guys don't feel like you can accomplish this task, then we'll turn back and we'll make our way back down through the winter. And if you guys feel like this is where you're supposed to be, this is where the gods want you, then we'll go for it. I'm kind of excited to see what you guys come up with. So, be back in a little bit.
If we go in and we discover stuff, let me take a look at the artifacts we find. I am a necromancer after all, and I am trained for this sort of thing.
I will admit, I was ready for a few curveballs, but not this heavy of a curve.
As soon as Mark said, Sheik comes and sits down, Zera goes, well, she starts rambling about how bad she is. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, bad timing. Well, I thought she had left. That was what was in the chat. And then I didn't hear Mark say she sat down because I was 10 feet away from the computer, so my bad. But I rolled with it. I still feel that way, that she was a little bit harsh for saying that we returned so quickly because she wasn't in there with us. She doesn't know what we faced. And from Zerak's point of view, she would have had to retreat as well.
Zera, you can identify stuff, correct?
I can. I do have this magic.
I pull out my when Mark gets back, or if she gets back. I pull out my perfume bottle and I see if this has any magical properties to it.
Okay. I will try to identify the object that Falk has given me.
You identified. It has no magical properties. It smells quite nice. It is very strong. As you describe it, Leomorn comes over and asks if he can take a peek at it, and Leomorn informs you that it is a very strong and potent oil-based perfume. It seems to mask a lot of scent.
She probably puts this on Steven so that she can stand him being around her.
Okay, well, I wanted to be sure because it could. With the doubt now the party has ensued in my mind because I trust. I don't think she's lying, and I don't think she has a reason to lie. But I mean, it could have been some sort of scrying thing on us. So I just wanted to be sure.
Could I see that perfume?
No.
Zerak, Falk, as you guys smell it, you too, Leomorn. It's actually the perfume that she used.
If I could simultaneously smile and wrinkle my nose, I would.
I will do the wrinkling for you.
Well, I appreciate for checking this out. Thank you.
So think of it as a very potent, like distilled, very concentrated oil-based perfume in that little teeny tiny tincture bottle.
And Zerak, I hand you back the jet that you gave me. I appreciate the gesture, but I don't think this will work as a spell component for one of my spells. If while we're in there, I would if we find some spell components for my magic, it would be greatly appreciated if I had first claim.
Well, assuming it's not also a component from one of my spells, we shall see.
Although, do keep some of that bottle on you, because I may want to synthesize that for a new type of bug spray.
You want to have a wizard's duel?
The main spell I need, what you gave me the jet for, I need an onyx gem.
Just looking at my character sheets, I don't have an onyx. I have 3 strange purple gems. The jet I put back on my character sheet, and an orange amber. Those are the gems.
I don't really have anything on my own person either, other than amethyst.
Leomorn, you're an alchemist, correct?
I am.
Do you by chance have some distilled alcohol I could have for one of my spells? I don't need a lot, I just need a little bit.
Distilled alcohol. You know, I'm not quite sure. Although I do have...
I need some alcohol or distilled spirit.
Well, I know I do have those vials of that earth that ooze. But I don't think you're going to need this type of ooze for whatever you want to cast.
No. Yeah, unfortunately, ooze is not what I need.
Ah, good. Although this type of ooze do not touch with your hands, because you may not have the hands afterwards. Let's see. Netta, Sulfa.
Okay, gang. What's the decision?
Well, it sounds like we're going in.
We have had a full night's rest. We have all eaten breakfast, and we are as strong as we're going to be. I say we enter now. The only thing that will continue to happen the longer we wait is frostbite will set into Droman's hands, and then he won't be able to pick locks anymore.
So you guys aren't actually feeling the effects of frostbite in the tower. Think of it as you guys are in your own atmosphere here. It almost seems like you guys are on a different plane inside this. That's why it felt like you guys walked through kind of like an air bubble when you first went in. The pressure completely changed in here, which is why you can probably imagine that time has seemingly stopped inside. No dust forms, no dirt sticks. So you guys are actually pretty comfortable. You can't say you're warm, you can't say you're cold, but you're not freezing.
Well, then it's a matter of resources, and our helpers, why can't I think of the word? Hirelings can only stay in this cave without us for so long. They don't have their own way to forage for food.
How long do you all plan to be inside? We have some rations that we managed to make from that weird man's kitchen.
According to Thalion, as long as it takes.
Rovanian left us his things as well before he left. He said something about he must go. He's needed.
I would say, my friends, that if we are gone for more than 3 days, you should head down the mountain.
I would agree. How many rations do you think you have that would, or how long do you think they would last you?
Not very long. We can We can try.
Is there some way we can perhaps predict the weather for tomorrow? Maybe that would indicate when they should go down.
My magic can only predict the weather for half a day in the future.
Oh, you can do that?
He's that powerful.
Might be dangerous, but if you guys don't want to be out here, you could always come with us. I know it's... At least then you won't starve.
You can always eat one of the horses.
No!
We are not eating the horses!
They are most assuredly not eating the horses.
Speaking of which,
I mean, you guys.
come with us. Who would watch the horses? The horses can't come
If they
with.
went with you, you guys would have to take the horses inside if they stay outside.
Yeah.
And you
They
tell
can't
them
come
we're not back in 3 days, leave. They're taking the horses. Otherwise, the horses are trapped here and the horses will starve.
Yeah.
Conundrum.
This is why Elise was trying to say restocking might have been a good idea.
My horse
Jumping back in, but-
My horse has 10 days of rations on it. I also have 5 pounds of smoking salts in there. I have a jar of coiffure. There's some fishing tackle. If it gets too bad, maybe they can hike back down to the lake and fish in it. As I
I mean,
said,
that
we
one
should.
with that we're not supposed to touch the water.
Right. But you know, what happened when we touched the water? Nothing.
Wait, what water? What are you talking about?
Well, we'll explain later.
You came here, you didn't know there was a lake down the mountain? How did you get here? Did you come from the east?
I think he came through the rat tunnels.
Falk, you came through the rat tunnels.
Yep, I came through the rat tunnels.
So you never got to see the lake, did you?
Well, you missed a beautiful, calm, serene, glass-like lake.
Muted,
Well,
insane location.
If they eat one of the horses, I can technically bring them back.
That's
You're
terrible.
not gonna eat any of the horses. Use
I
your
would
rations as
rather-
much as you can, and we'll try to be out within that time frame.
How many of them are there, Mark? There's, what, 4 of them?
There's Ophelia, Troy, Noble Heart, and Quasimodo.
I think you meant the
I will leave.
And there are 3 Hirelings.
Their first day is covered. I'll leave 7 good berries. Each horse can eat a berry, and each one of them can eat a berry, and that is a full day's worth of food. So they won't even have to get into the rations until the following day. And I'll mark off 7 good berries on my
We
character.
can melt water from the snow outside.
Will you be able to start a fire?
It doesn't look like we need one inside here.
Will you be able to protect yourself if something comes in and...
As best as we can. We're not adventurers. We realize that now.
You've traveled this far and seen so much. I think it's safe to say that you are.
Just not the hardcore type like we are. You know, you guys are simple adventurers. Like to go on rides and, you know, peaceful times.
That just makes them feel worse.
Everyone
Life-
starts somewhere. Everyone starts
Life
somewhere.
is an adventure.
Okay, let's just say you guys aren't the type to go picking fights with monsters, obviously. But I would still consider you guys adventurers.
I think we should get going now.
If you all don't return within 4 days, we will set off.
Mark, what does the weather look like for Xerox?
If he's doing it now, it looks like snow.
Yep. For the next 24 hours, it's only going to get colder.
It's autumn. It's autumn down in the valley, but it's, you know, you guys are up at.
It's like
Really high
Washington right
altitude.
now, where there's snow up in the mountains.
You guys are in the Winter Cap Mountains. Winter Cap. And like Shakira says, these hips don't lie.
Alright, Valeria, activate the key.
Dahlian's got the key again, I believe.
Okay.
Oh.
So you guys begin to make your way through the tower again. Making your way through the small causeway door, you open it into the smaller chamber, opening the other one. Everything is as you left it. Again, the sort of stillness of the place kind of is the first thing that gets you. Even your footsteps don't make sounds inside. As you guys begin to go up the spiral staircase, seeing the first landing, smelling the faint hint of vinegar that you remember were these spoiled barrels of wine inside, you go past it to the third tier. Looking out, you see the rubble of some of the fallen stone within, and you keep passing it until you reach the very, very top. The green mist sort of curling and rolling down the steps the closer you get to the top before it sort of dissipates. As you guys make your way up, and you find yourselves at the top of the tower. The all too familiar door to the right of the stairs, the landing, as you guys make your way up. And the sort of blowtorch sound given off by the gate to the far north. Here you feel yourselves sweating even more, although you can't feel heat. But your body's reacting as if there is. You guys should be at the bottom right corner.
Mark, as we are walking up the tower, I'm going to have to cast 2 spells on myself.
Okay. So that's 3 spells you've already cast today?
What was the other one?
You cast Goodberry, didn't you? Or is that a ritual?
Goodberry is from my background feature. I can cast it once a day. It doesn't use a spell slot.
Okay, cool.
And I usually cast it the night before I go to a full rest, so I have it the next day.
Mark, is my coin still active from the last time I flipped it?
You don't know.
Fuck.
Is there anything else anyone wants to set up before I place the crystal in?
Well, just to be on the safe side, I take my coin out and I flip it. I call heads!
You call heads? Give me a second.
I call heads. I take it and grab it, slap it on the top of my hand, and then I put it in my pocket.
And I'll take out one of the drops of healing, and I'll pass one over to Valeria, and I'll have the second one in my hand. Anyone else want this one?
Why don't you give it to Thalion? I'm betting he's gonna need it.
Diane? It's all yours if you want.
I'll accept it, thank you.
Mark, I'm assuming I attuned to the antler wand while we rested and everything, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys get up the stairs, move directly to the portal.
And it's not active right now, right?
It is not. It is that sort of roiling ball of fire that you kind of see within, is sort of undulating and moving.
Okay, so I will set the crystal in.
Oh, boy.
You guys see the familiar with Alan, you see the familiar sort of keypad, I guess you can call it, coming out of the column next to there, and as you slide the glyph key there in the middle, you watch as the glyph key sinks before it starts turning. And there it makes its way over to the sort of Z squiggle with a circle next to it in the bottom right-hand corner. The same one that it went to last time. And you watch as the roiling fire sort of goes out before this large green film sort of comes into being, like a sheet of silk or a calm lapping lake. And you watch as the key turns, and then it raises back up.
So I will.
What do you do?
So it's open now, right? From how you described it.
It's open.
Okay, I'll wave everyone through, and then I'm gonna take the key as I go through.
Okay.
What's our order?
You know what? I'm just going to say fuck it. You guys make your way in.
I was gonna go in first. I'm like, if everybody's just hanging around, let's go.
You guys walk through. Stallion, you watch as each one whoosh, 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 whoosh goes through. You put your hand on the key. You take it out, and the ripples begin to go faster. And then you hurriedly walk through, and you guys pop out onto the other side. One by one, as you come through, you are greeted with the same familiar marble, stone floor, and walls. Chandeliers decorate the top, dimly lit with candles, one of them sort of swinging lightly as a very large skeletal creature in the corner sort of gets up with a creak and stands there, massive great axe thudding to the ground.
But I did warn you this would happen.
A figure walks from the back and sort of stops and looks. Her face somewhat impassive as she sort of looks at all of you. So you've returned.
Isn't this the bitch that died that was torturing me?
No, this is the white Lorico.
That's what I was gonna ask, if we recognize this white as the one that got away, because I was totally gonna fucking lie.
No, that's definitely not the one that got away.
Oh, this is not the white that got away from us?
This isn't the white that got away. This is Lorico, the white that sort of serves Resimoda within these halls. It's kind of like his right hand and things that he deems too low on the totem pole. So she's the one that escorts the prisoners to and fro. She's the one that got the others to sort of bring back the prisoners that were with Falk before you guys decided to take him on as your ex-apprentice. And so she's kind of the concierge of this area.
So does she say that to me?
You can tell that she's addressing the group. I don't think the master is too pleased. And then she just walks off.
I'm going to nudge Thalion and I go, all right, this is your show.
As her footsteps sort of walk down, you guys now start to get accustomed to the echoes and the movements, and you guys hear what seems to be grunting, turning into sort of these roars of triumph. And you might be realizing that a battle might just have been fought.
Am I noticing any threatening gestures from the large skeletal creature or the ones on the stairs?
The large skeletal creature is just sort of standing and just kind of dumbly looking, almost impassive. You see the ones on the stairs sort of look, and these ones are a lot different than the skeletons and the zombies that you saw before. These are tall, armored skeletons. Skulls adorned with what seem to be natural horns growing out of them. They have cloven hooves and long bony tails. Kind of what they look like there. You get close and they sort of look at you and then you peer past them. Down on the bottom seem to be more skeletons. These ones carrying what look to be obsidian blades in their hand. And they seem to be oozing this purplish smoke as they stand there, as they turn to look up. Very Game of Thrones style, as the whites sort of turn and look all in the same time, in the same sort of eerie manner. And they look like that. And you're watching as Lorico now begins to move down as you sort of survey the room, and there in the middle you see what seem to be a pack of large, muscular orcs. 4 standing triumphant, 6 on the ground in pieces, a large demon on the ground, seemingly unconscious as the others sort of pound their chest out and roar out in triumph. All the while, Razumoda stands on the north side, impassive, watching everything as it happens.
I take another step forward and see if the skeletons are... Oh, never mind.
As you begin to step forward, you see as they sort of begin to move on their own, and then sort of stand at attention, parting to let you guys walk through.
Doug, is Garshaw supposed to have 34 out of 37 hit points?
No. Thank you.
Drummond, you begin to move, and as you step closer to the pit, you kind of stop and then go back. The memory of what happened and the impulse to jump in, the closer you got, kind of strikes you, but you don't feel that impulse. As you sort of get closer and you kind of tentatively put your foot there, and you're thinking that that impulse only occurs when blood is being shed within. And as you guys fully make it down the steps, the large minotaur-like skeleton sort of moves its way to the top and just kind of stands there, sentinel, above it all.
No escape. It looks like Another successful submission. Eh, Rezumoda?
He kind of looks to you, and then looks back in. Lorico, clean up this mess. At once, my lord. And he watches. As the scene plays out, they begin to sort of take the living works out, back towards the corner that you always see them kind of go through a portal there, carrying the dead ones as they go. And just sort of all the while, Rezumoda just kind of stands, arms crossed, watching everything.
I do apologize, Resumodo. We had a bit of a setback, as I'm sure you've heard.
I am aware. I held up my end of the deal. I kept the alarm low. And yet here I stand, collar on my neck.
I still plan to try and get that collar off of you, as I have returned.
I nudge Elise and whisper, "See, I told you we had friends on the inside. It might not be as bad as you originally thought."
How do you know we can still trust these friends? That they won't turn in fear?
We know nothing, but if we
Exactly.
live our life in fear that we can't trust anyone, then we might as well stay in our homes with blindfolds on and live out our lives in solitude.
As I told you before,
Oh, but my dear wizard, where's the fun in that?
As I told you before, I do what I can to keep my word. We could have just walked away from this, but we came back in.
No. The desperation in your voice when you first came in here. You never would have walked away from this.
You're right, I wouldn't have.
I nudge Thalion and say, "He's pretty insightful."
He has a passive insight score of 19. He is old. They know you are here. As you can tell, the guard has been changed. The resistance will be a lot more than before. My words can only do so much. But if I am not the only person you met, then you don't have to worry about my lips being the ones who spill secrets.
Besides the passage you showed us last time, is there another that this key works in?
I told you, my business is here. Within this pit. I have no use for the rest of this place. My key gives me access to everything within the Demonhold Vault. What you need is a master key. And that master key sits on Vosal's neck. That master key is what takes this collar off of mine. I have given you the aid. My only saving grace in keeping your secret was having another glyph key.
Thank you for keeping your end, and we will proceed with the information you gave us last. I will do what I can.
If next we meet, and you have not fulfilled your oath, just know, and he sort of turns to you and faces you directly, Thalion, that honor demands that I take my pound of flesh.
Daniel will kind of just match a stare and kind of offer up a hand to shake.
He looks at it,
So
and then he turns around and he stares back at the pit.
Then we
I am waiting.
Daniel will kind of just look over his shoulder then to everyone. Guess through the way we came.
Lorico! The lizard men are next. Bring them in. With one of the bigger demons. And he just sort of stands there, arms crossed. Yes, my lord, Lorico kind of says as she takes her retinue of new skeletal creations and begins moving back to the portal as you guys begin to move up towards the hallway and out of sight.
I will go up before leaving to Rezamoda and say, another will be entering here through the east. She goes by the name of Sin. She's a powerful necromancer as well.
Well, then I guess you should tell the necromancer's apprentice.
I am not an apprentice!
I'll
And then I turn and walk away.
Like, easy. Let's just
I just hear the little squeak of annoyance in his voice, like, ah!
I love how Xerox like, yeah, this guy hates this place. It's like, he's our ally. He wants to be free so he can leave. And Falk's like, I'm going to warn him of oncoming danger, like he cares about this place. Falk, he doesn't give two shits about anybody else trying to get in and cause trouble. Like, he wants to leave. He's done with this.
I figured I was trying to play something, so.
No problem, but now you know.
So I'll hold the crystal up as I approach.
You walk up to the crystal, and then the door, like, the light fades, like turning off a flashlight.
Okay, right. If I remember here, there's that one room just beyond here.
The smell as you guys begin to walk through, one by one, the stallion lets you pass as he holds down the gate. The smell of scorched wood. Just the kind of tannic, burnt, acrid taste that kind of hits you in the back of your mouth as you guys move through. Go ahead and group yourselves up so I can copy-paste you, and I'll move you to the next map.
Would it be right if I burned a charge off the staff to get myself mage armor because I remember this room?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Good for you. You can at least cast mage armor.
Well, you should have prepared it as a wizard.
I'm a necromancer. I can't access that spell.
I know, that makes you a terrible wizard.
Shut up.
You chose poorly in your electives.
Agreed.
I hope he is.
God, you guys are assholes.
Welcome back to the group, man.
And you trust everything a pair of boobies tells you.
I rolled inside the first time I saw
All the church coming from Zerac.
I get to stand on my
Church coming from Zerac.
I get to stand on my pedestal for just a little bit now because Falk fell for it too.
You guys move down the hallway.
I'm sensing this must be a wizard thing then.
You guys move down the hallway, past the white gate. And the further along you get, you begin to find these sort of pockmarks and burn marks, even in the stone. And Valyria, you get closer and you see the same sort of old mahogany wood paneling that's been so dried out and broken, like splinters of it lay on the ground. And there you see on the ground the 3 inert runic circles. There's a sort of odor in the air that kind of gets stronger the closer you move in. Kind of accompanies the heat a bit. Smells like matches. Smells a little bit sulfuric.
We should wait and see if the bolt strikes again and try and time it to the door.
Do we hear anything charging up?
You don't hear anything. It just keeps getting louder and louder. It is locked. Louder and louder.
Okay, time to pick.
Give me a thieves tool.
Here we go again.
17 is just enough. As you push open the door, Xerox sprints in behind you.
Heck yeah!
As the sound
I'm running across the room.
Wait
the
for the
sound is
discharge.
becoming deafening. And just as Elise, Zirak, and Droman jump into the stairs, the large metal ball on the top of the ceiling lets out his electric discharge.
As soon as it discharges, I want to call out, like, you okay?
Valeria is in the center of the room and she's going to get blasted with electricity. That makes me sad. Oh.
Valeria, you're close enough. I need you to make a dexterity save. Instinctively, you raise your mace and kind of duck behind your shield, and you let them kind of take most of the electricity, but you still get burned. You take a total of 4 lightning damage as the smoke clears from the room. And as you make your way, you hear the...
As soon as that district, I just yell, "Go, go, 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 go!"
Did anybody respond when I asked if they were okay?
Retroactively, we'll say yes.
I'm feeling fantastic, thank you.
Rudy, you run and then you look up to the ceiling just as the ball begins to almost turn this whitish blue. And as you step into the room, it discharges throughout the room again. And as you kind of close the door behind you, the sound stops. As you guys stand on the stairway, you guys are greeted by the smells again of the thick, heady incense and perfumes. The sort of exotic frankincense and myrrh. Very sort of Middle Eastern feel to the room as you guys descend. There, beneath the floating candles, through the draped silks of yellow and gold, you see a group of these soldiers again laying on the pillows, sort of staring up at the ceiling. A small, petite figure kind of lays in the middle of the pillows, kind of on her side, head down.
Are you okay, Parasha?
And she just kind of lays on the pillow and just kind of stares down at the ground.
Shouldn't we slit their throats this time?
Stallion will bend down and kind of check on her.
She looks up at you. Her eye, her cheek, her lips swollen, cut, bruises on her face, collar around her neck has sort of left these burn and blisters. And she just kind of looks at you and kind of looks back down.
I apologize for whatever they may have done to you. We will still try to free you.
I second Thalian's sentiment, Lady Parasha, as we will not fail again. Have
Never
they
should have came back.
Well, we do keep our word, and we gave you our word.
They know you're here.
Well, then they know fear.
And then one by one, as you sort of talk to her, you hear shoop, shoop, as the figures in the pillows begin to stand.
I was just about to say, shouldn't we just slit their throats? And
And
now
as Falk says, we should have slit their throats. We're gonna roll initiative.
Fantastic. Good opener, Falk. Guess we can't talk our way out of this one. No, we can't blame you for that. I don't want to kill Parasha, though. But we might have to.
I was just typing in chat. I look over at Rudy. Shouldn't we slit their throats this time? But they stood up before I got the word.
I would have said that we're trying to be stealthy and nothing rings alarm bells than a bot.
Well, they're gonna be bodies now.
Why did I have to move up next to you, Thalian? Damn it.
As these figures stand up, you see their forms sort of covering their armor, and as they pull out these long, wicked, sort of eastern longswords, you see that they are sort of covered in what seem to be silk sashes that kind of cover over their faces.
Mark, it looks like I tried to click on Moonlight and it was still clicked on Zerak. So Moonlight's initiative is actually 17. And Zerak's is 8. I can correct Zerak's.
Okay. Moonlight's was what again? 8? 7. And then Xerax was 8. Rudy, Xerax, do you want to go first?
Rudy can go. Well, Rudy, do you have a magic weapon? Never
Yes,
mind.
I do.
You can go first. You can go before me, and then also Zerak or Moonlight would go before Leo.
Rudy has the magicest of weapons.
Oh, I remember now. He's got that awesome sword.
Yeah, my lightning storm song.
I want one.
I know, I really like your sword. I thought about copying it for the Monstrous campaign, but I did something else with the short sword.
In my world, I actually have a sword similar to it.
Okay.
You're talking about your lightning sword, right?
Yeah, St. Elmo's Fire.
I couldn't remember the name.
2 stands up, sees Valeria there. Valeria, you turn around in time as you watch him sort of stand up quickly and pull forth his sword. He's going to make some attack. You see they're wearing quite light armor. Each one of themselves have what seemed to be a small buckler-type shield, kind of very gladiator-like, attached to their sort of forearm, something that you would see like a duelist wear. As he comes in, and he's going to make 2 longsword attacks at you. 18. Ooh, and he misses. This time you get your mace in, and with a flick of your wrist, you drive it down into the pillows to where his sword is now sort of stuck in there, exposing his right flank, giving whoever attacks him next advantage.
Alright, so Moonlight will take to the air. Mark, how high is the ceiling in this room?
It's not very high. The drapes probably hang down, so it's probably 20 feet from floor to ceiling. It's a very rectangular, geometric room.
Alright, so Moonlight will basically leap off my shoulder and distract this one here, scratching at its eyes, and then take to the air, I'll say 15 feet, and fly kind of to the center of the room.
Okay. Sort of weaving in and out of the hanging silk tapestries. Very hard to see him up there.
I like that imagery. That's perfect. The owl kind of, flying in between all the tapestries and having scratched at this dude's eyes.
Leomorn, you're watching as this swordsman is sort of holding at his eyes, sort of wiping away blood left by Moonlight's talons, and you watch as another one is sort of stuck, exposing his right side. Where the hell did you go? Oh, there you
right
are.
here.
I see you. You're kind of like camouflage with your colors in the pillows. That's too funny.
I am nothing but a pillow. I am nothing but a pillow.
I thought you were a pile of pillows.
Poor Leomorn.
Use it to your advantage. Hide.
All right, Leo, what do you got?
Okay, so I can strike 2, I can strike... I think over by... crap, I'm torn between 2 different ideas, but...
I need one. We got to keep this moving.
I am going to... tighten the glove on my hand, take aim at the closest one to Valeria to give her an opportunity, and hit that one with Ray of Frost.
Okay, so go ahead and toggle advantage. Cast your Ray of Frost at red 2. .25 will definitely hit. Almost a crit there. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Oh, really?
He'll take 4 points of cold damage, and I believe Ray of Frost lowers his speed by 10.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to give him the boot. Okay, is that the end of your turn? Are you going to stay there?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to.
Okay. Falk.
Alright. You guys see that my hair starts to fall out. My skin begins to peel off my face, exposing flesh and bone, and blood drips down from my body. And I scream an scream.
Now I need to make this clear. As you're doing this, you're making everybody see you look like that. Because if you make everybody see you do that, everybody's going to have to make the save against yourself.
I realize that, yes. Everybody that sees me, which is everybody in the room, you know what I'm doing, right?
Yeah, you're doing Memento Mori, but you can choose to only...
According to the spell, I'm looking right now, you transform into a horrifying vision of death, rotting and crawling with maggots, excluding the stench of the grave. All creatures that see you must succeed a charisma saving throw.
Oh, that sucks. Everybody give charisma saving throw.
Chris, you like to create characters that the whole party wants to murder. I don't understand you. But okay.
That is a fail for Drummond. I believe that is a fail for Leomorn. A success. Valiant.
Ken, you
fail
should
for
read my
Valerian.
script that I'm writing. I got to 12 pages now. I love horror shit, and this is awesome. So yeah, my face, and you see maggots crawling out, and I'm just, you know.
Okay, Drummond, you are stunned for 1 round.
Finally,
Leomorn,
someone
you are
else besides me
stunned.
likes horror.
Valeria, you are stunned. Thalion, you are stunned. Zirak, you are stunned.
Why is zero?
Oh no, Moonlight is stunned.
Yeah, that 13 is Moonlight's roll.
What's the
So
save?
thankfully, stun doesn't make him fall. He's just kind of flying into the wall at the moment and sealing. I'll
DC
say
is
so he's
14,
still-
by the way, guys. DC 14.
Oh, I'm not stunned then. Guard Shadow is.
Oh, sorry, Thalion. I meant you saved. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna start with red 1, and then we'll go down the line as I'll try to make charisma saves here. So
What about Parisha?
she's not looking. Once I do this, I'll describe what she's doing.
Okay.
I thought you said something like she looked down to the ground and almost in sadness.
Yeah, she hasn't been looking.
Yeah.
She looked up at Thalion to show kind of her face, and then she's just been kind of almost like she's kind of had a nervous breakdown. So here
Okay,
comes
well-
red 1,
A good beating, more like
red
it.
2, red 3, red 4, red 5, red 6. One person of the swordsman is stunned, and that is the one directly in front.
They all had a +0 to charisma.
Yeah, they have a total of 11 charisma, so that was pretty ridiculous on my part. I apologize. I just pushed
It was a
buttons.
good.
I just
it
pushed
was
buttons, guys. I'm
good.
sorry. I just pushed buttons.
It was a good. Anyways,
It was a good
Over
idea.
half the party is affected and one
Good job,
enemy.
Chris.
Yeah,
now,
that's
now,
awesome.
now you got half the party angry at you.
it's not my
are you
fault.
gonna-
You guys.
Falk, are you going to stay there?
He is
No,
stunned.
he's gonna run.
I'm going to back up.
Okay.
Yep.
Now I kind of wish
At least
Leo
you
and
need to
Drummond were
slap
next
him
to
when he
each
goes
other.
by you.
Now I wish Leo and Jerome were next to each other so they could do the Scooby-Doo leap into each other's arms.
Valeria is stunned. Guard Shadow is stunned. This apostle is going to... Well, it's going to attack Zirak, because he's right there. Zirak, this one sort of whips his sword around now, and you see like the Nick Fury scrapes like along his eye that Moonlight left, and he's going to come sort of make an attack again. 19.
I'm gonna cast a spell.
What does that bring your total AC up to?
20.
Okay. Alright, here comes the second attack. Son of a...
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Son of a...
The dice are not on our side.
This was pretty...
You are not on our side, Chris.
Okay, so this is going to be 8 plus. We're going to go 8 plus... Oh shit, that's an 11. That's 19 total damage, Zirak.
I'll take 2 of that as you blast my ward out of existence.
The ward shatters like stained glass, the different colors of the weave exploding out of you as your arcane ward fails to hold its shape. Drummond is stunned. This guy's stunned, thankfully. Rudy is stunned. Zirak, it is your turn.
I'm gonna return the favor, since I have advantage against an attack against him. I am going to attack him with Shocking Grasp.
As you put your hands on him to cast Shocking Grasp, you get underneath the silks and the robes, and you feel with your fingertips what seems to be a chain shirt. A 12, however, is not going to do it.
Son of a bitch, I haven't rolled higher than a 4 tonight. Okay, God, I really need the party to help.
So you you put your hand on his chest and you say the invocation, and seeming like somebody who has been trained to fight maybe against wizards, he kind of quickly jerks out of the way, and the magic sort of dissipates in your hand as he pulls away the centimeter that he got away from you, not letting the magic.
He also did shatter my ward, so that probably reverberated against me a bit. I know that moving out of his reach is more dangerous than staying there, so I'll stay there. I still have a 20 armor class until the beginning of my next turn, so I'm going to try to hope that helps.
Okay, these guys need to... Okay. This guy's going to move here. Actually, no. 5, 10, 15, 20. He's going to make 2 attacks at Droman with advantage. Droman.
15 hits.
10 slashing, and he comes back in, bringing the sword against your midsection, trying to cut. 25. This is going to be 8 plus 5 for a total of 13. That is the end of that guy's turn. This guy is going to attack Leomorn, who's right in front of him. Leomorn, you have 2 longsword attacks as you sort of feel him come through the pillows, and you turn around with your staff up, trying to deflect the blow. These are at normal. 21.
That's definitely a hit.
Take 11 point. Wow, that's max damage. He tears into your shoulder, driving his sword deep into the muscle and meat. And he sort of rips it out, and he sort of flourishes, and he's going to try to backstab into your gut. With a 13.
That's match right there. With the mage armor.
Okay.
If I had my ward, I could protect you guys, but sorry, it's gone.
Okay. So 13 is going to hit you?
That's my AC exact.
Okay.
Leo, even with mage armor, that's your AC?
Yeah, it only bumps you up to 13.
Okay, so you're going to take the 9 points of slashing. I paused there for a second and kind of tried to reiterate, but you didn't say anything, so you can't say it retroactively. But don't forget that your staff can burn points of shield.
That's right. Okay.
So don't forget. That's why I gave it to you. But you're going to have to take that 9. That's the end of his turn. This guy is going to step up here, and he's going to take 2 attacks with advantage at Valeria.
Can I use one of my... Oh, I think it has to be against me. Never mind.
This is going to be 8 plus.
Jesus, Mark!
8 plus, so another 13, so that's 13 on you, Valeria, as the other one comes in, sort of aiming for the light spot in between... he's aiming for your neck. 13, we'll say that Thalion reaches over with his glaive and deflects it just in time as he flourishes back, saving Valeria, who's sort of wobbly on her feet at the moment. Thalion, it is your turn.
I'm going to strike for that guy who just hit Valeria.
Okay. The 9 will miss. This one, he's very aware of you now as you sort of got in. As you twirl your halberd in the air. and the 15, you bring it in, and he gets his buckler up just in time and forces it to the ground, missing. They're very quick on their feet, very light fighters, and they're putting up a really tough fight. Elise. Marcy, are you there?
Yes, sorry.
I was just about to say you're going to take the dodge action. What do you want to do for your turn?
I'm going to... Let's see, there's action. First I'm gonna move up, and then I'm going to attack this guy with my rapier.
Sounds good. .22 will definitely hit, as he's preoccupied right now with Valerian Thali, and you come up from behind and drive your rapier right through his gut.
Right.
Oh no.
Yeah. I was
Or
like,
rather,
oh,
she
great.
scratches it.
Would you like to do any of your special Whisper Bard stuff?
Yeah. I'll add psychic damage to this attack.
Okay, go ahead and burn one of your Bardic Inspirations and give me that psychic damage.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is.
Ooh, God
There we
damn.
go.
He reaches up and he screams in pain as he sort of grabs his temples. Momentarily, you gave him a really bad hit.
Okay, and while
I
he's
think it's just a
distracted,
scratch, but it's more than a scratch.
so I'm gonna step forward and then I'm gonna step back.
Okay,
Since
he's
he's-
gonna whip around. He's gonna whip around in reaction to feeling your body turn. He's gonna take an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
This is at normal. 19.
Yep.
Alright, so you take 7 points of slashing damage as you try to sort of suck your stomach in and arch your back to get out of the way, and he just slices across the exposed part in between your hip there, and you sort of limp back away as he cut in. It is the top of round 2. The entire time, Parasha has just been unmoving, just sort of laying on the pillows, staring down at the floor. This apostle is going to attack twice at Valyria with advantage.
And the advantage against him goes away, right?
Leomorn already used that on his frost, so he has the boot, which until Leomorn's turn, he has 10 feet less of movement. 23. You take 8 points of slashing as he comes back in. For 22, you take another 10 points of slashing. It is Moonlight's turn, who is stunned, flying in. Moonlight's first instinct to get among the tapestries and fly like she's flying, or like he's flying through the treetops, sort of backfired now as she's kind of found herself tangled a little bit and somewhat dizzy. Leomorn, it is your turn. A lot of your friends look like they've been somewhat incapacitated.
Does that stun end at the end of my turn? Or do I have to stay it again?
The stun
lasts
ends
until the end of my turn.
So it's like an AoE monk stun.
Okay.
Chris, I'm gonna kill you if we survive this.
Leomorn, the tide is quickly changing in favor of these swordsmen. What would you like to?
Crap. I can't move either. Shit. I'm going to turn around the guy that hit me, and I'm gonna see if I can't at least try to do a lightning grasp on him.
Okay, so you reach in through his ropes, and you feel as you put your hands against him that he's wearing some sort of chain metal shirt. So you have an advantage on the shot.
I was gonna mutter, "Oh, you're gonna regret that," and
he screams out in pain as you sort of electrocute him. Go ahead and roll your damage. Oh, wow. 10 lightning. You cannot take an attack of opportunity against you.
right, and then after that, I'm going to move 5, 10, 15 up against the wall.
Okay. Falk, it is your turn. From where you're at, the only thing you can see is Elise.
I can only see Elise?
Yes, you're standing in the stairway, and the ceiling here slopes down towards the room, so all you see is Elise. You have to make it down at least towards the base to be able to see what's going on in the room.
Okay, I thought I could see the whole room, that's why I went up.
Nope, you have tunnel vision, pretty much. You have tunnel vision that shows, like, the portal and the floor directly in front.
So I go there, now I'm able to see. Yes. I am going to, at number 1, I reach out, a sickly green beam comes out and tries to hit number 1.
Okay. What are you casting?
It's Ray of Sickness. I got a 13.
Oh, holy shit. My signal kind of went in and out there and just popped up. The 13 is not enough. You sort of reach the bottom and you kind of trip over some of the silks that have kind of got wadded out as everybody started moving around. And your shot kind of goes wide.
God, son of a bitch. I'm gonna stay there.
Okay. That is the end of Falk's turn. Everybody that was stunned is no longer stunned. Valeria, shaking the sort of terrible image from your mind that you saw coming from Falk, you seem to get your wits about you, and you're kind of realizing that you were in a lot of pain. You were surrounded by 2 enemies. You're not feeling too good.
And those who succeed are immune for 24 hours of my spell.
Yep.
I'm gonna... What do I have? Actually, I'm gonna hit it with my mace first, and then
Okay.
I'll cast something else.
Okay. Which one are you attacking?
Alright.
A 15 misses. He's able to deflect it away with his shield.
Okay, and then I guess bonus action was I got myself.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know they had shields. I thought they just had the chain shirts and a longsword.
Nope. So they had chain shirts, and then they have these small, round, like gladiator bucklers on their wrist that keeps them light on their feet. Just for flavor.
Yeah, no, I like it. They could have had them sitting. They could have been sitting on them on the pillows too.
Oh, really? That's a really good roll. Let's go ahead and give yourself 9 points of healing, and that's the end of your. Garshadow.
Garshadow's gonna turn and try to bite red one.
Good job, party.
20 will hit.
We need to start taking stuff out of initiative here.
He is going to move here. He's going to make one attack at Zirak. For a 7, and he's going to bring it around, and he's going to attack at Thalion with advantage.
At advantage? No, I'm gonna
Yep.
use my disarming parry on him.
Ooh, and you just managed to flip around and hit him and knock his sword out of his hands, and it falls to the ground.
I'm gonna start with my cunning action, disengage. And we'll come over here and engage Boot.
Okay. 14 will miss as he sort of looks to see you coming out of the corner of his eyes, and he gets his shield down in time to knock your rapier away.
Alright. I was like, where is that stupid fault?
Now, if you make an attack after you disengage to get away from other people, does that allow another person now to make an attack at you?
No, disengage means you don't provoke for any more of the movement on your turn.
Okay. Right.
So for the whole rest of your turn, any movement he makes doesn't provoke.
I guess I've never seen that anybody use that disengage first and then attack, so I think that was the first for me.
He basically says I'm using an ability to use my travel my normal movement without anybody being able to touch.
Okay. Red 6 is going to step up and take 2 attacks at Zirak with advantage.
Why does he have advantage on me?
Probably one of their tactics.
Well,
Does a 15 hit?
I'm gonna cast shield again. It does not
Okay.
hit.
Boom, the
That
sword
also
deflects.
refreshes. That also refreshes my arcane ward to have
Okay.
2 hit points.
The sword refreshes, and so he brings it around his head, and he comes in for a back swipe as he kind of spins on his heel. Coming at you again. 18, which misses again, as this one deflects off of the ward and the shield. Rudy.
Rudy is going to recompose herself. Over here, she's going to attack this one.
Yes, thank you, Rudy.
And then,
Charging up for that one.
So
Go ahead and roll your damage.
she just like smacks. She just like just cleaves right into him, and then she comes up with a kick. And I'm going to push him into this square, 6 feet.
I need all your damage first, please. Lightning damage.
Oh yeah, this has a special lightning damage too.
Okay, so that is 25, 33 points of damage.
I count 34.
Is that 34? 25.
Plus my
25.
mobile flourish also
Oh,
does
that's right.
damage.
And then he gets which. I guess he'll go this way. And it just pushes him back, not prone.
Yeah, I just push him back to this square up here,
Okay.
and then I will move right here.
Okay.
I will turn to Zirak and I go, you holding up?
So far,
Zirak, it is your turn.
Alright, so until until a
Hold on,
second
hold
ago-
on. I have a second attack.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. Zarek, it is not your turn, I forgot.
It's not my turn yet.
That was just way too much damage, so I was like, his turn's done, right? A 20 definitely hits. You
Or another
almost, you almost straight up killed it.
Yeah, you aren't lying.
She'll save every one of
versus
us.
Rudy. I only have one melee attack, so I am going to stay here next to Thalion and definitely Rudy, because Rudy's a badass. And I am going to shocking grasp this guy that's next to me that hit me before.
Okay, this will be done at advantage. $22 definitely hits.
Alright, and now he cannot take reactions, so I am going to move away from him. To there.
Okay,
And I'll end my turn there.
so he's going to charge at Leomorn, take 2 attack. $22.
I'm going to shield that one. I'm not taking another one like that.
So with your shield, you only get up to 18.
Yeah.
Shield only
So
has
that's
a
not
plus
gonna
5 to your AC. The last one was a 7 or was a 13, which if you would have shielded that one, it would have bounced it off. But you can shield. You'll still take the hit, but you can shield with your reaction, and now you've raised your AC to 18. But you can take 11 points of slashing if you want.
Or you can wait until next attack.
Guess I'll have to hold it, because either way I'm gonna get hit. This one.
This one's a 12, so this one misses, and you don't have to burn a shield. But you take 11 points of slashing, which I think drops you to dangerously close to down.
Yeah.
This guy sees that you're bleeding, being harried. He's going to take a 5-foot step up, and he's going to lay into you. This time with a
Oh boy.
25. This is going to
Oh man!
That's like
Eight.
4 crits?
8 plus 9 is 25.
I'm
no,
gone.
8 plus 9 is 25. What kind of math am I doing here? Jesus. 8 plus 9 is 17. So you fall down, and he's going to take his sword, and he's going to stab it down into your chest. Missing with a 10.
He tripped
As,
over
uh,
a pillow.
As Drummond came in and kind of gave him a donkey kick to the knee to kind of throw him up. You can't let his employee die.
I probably would have been fired after that first, after Memento Memorial.
Okay, Red 1 is going to attack twice at Valeria. He knows a threat when he sees one. These two are going to be made at advantage. 23. 8 points of slashing Valeria as he comes back in with another. Fuck me. 8 plus. That's 18 plus 8 for 26 total points of damage. And Valeria falls down to the ground unconscious. Thalion, it is your turn.
I'm going to strike at that guy.
Nope, that'll still hit even if I do that. The 19.
And I'll spin and strike with the backhand.
Make sure to adjust your braver stats.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, so that's a total of 18.
And then Garsha's going to use his reaction to bite at 6.
Okay. 20 definitely hits. Oh, he takes a chunk out of his midsection and just rips it out, and you can see some of the intestines, like kind of poking out, that did a lot of damage, but this guy is just barely. Elise.
The music is suitably intense, Mark. Good pick
I
for
know,
this
right?
one. It's totally working.
Mars, are you there?
Mark is 6 still
Sorry, I
alive.
was just
6 is barely alive. You can see that he's using one hand to hold in his intestines, and he's using the other one to kind of try to fend people off with his.
Jesus, Harmony. So this guy in front of Rudy and diagonal from me, he's not dead yet? He's just barely hanging there, or is he dead?
He's barely hanging in there. Do you think if you can get a good hit off on him, you'll finish him off?
Yeah, that's the plan. He is gonna step right here and try to puncture him right from behind. Come on.
Oh, he sort of hears you coming, the patting of your feet, and he quickly turns around and bats your rapier away. And you can see like he's bleeding out of his mouth, his ears. You can see he's singed from lightning. Like this guy's messed up.
Hey, Mark.
But the one thing that's not leaving you is the intensity and the sort of zealotry that's in his eyes. Like he's here to die for something, and it's kind of frightening.
Okay, crap. As a bonus action, can I cast Healing Word on Valeria?
You absolutely
Too
can.
late. Okay.
I can
Okay.
bring Valeria back up on my turn.
Well, now you can bring Leo up.
I can't reach him.
I don't trust him to do
So
anything
move.
now.
Go ahead and cast it, Elite.
There it is.
As Valeria's on the ground, kind of bleeding out, trying to defend herself, she screams, "Don't touch me, folk!" And like, you're killing me. Okay,
Don't
Valeria,
touch me with your grubby necroland!
your
I'm rather
wounds,
evil and tainted, back off!
the worst of your wounds begin to close up a little bit, allowing you to sort of move around. You're still in a lot of pain, surrounded by a lot of enemies. Elise, you gonna stay there?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
stay here.
Top of round 3. This guy's gonna attack Valeria, who's on the ground. I need to take the boot off. Okay, advance. 24. 7 exactly, so that knocks you down, and he's gonna come in for a 20. It gives you 2 failed death saves. Moonlight.
Moonlight is going to fly by number 1 here and scratch at his eyes and fly back to his position.
You watch as Moonlight comes in, rakes against his face, and he kind of throws his hand up in defense, exposing his entire midsection. Next person attacks him has advantage. Leomorn, I need a death saving throw.
Wait, how do I? Oh, there it is.
Okay, there you go. That's 1 success. Falk, you need to do something heroic.
I go up, I go prone like Valerius, and I put my hand over her face, over her mouth, and you see, I go pale and black veins go from down my face and neck, down my arm, and into Valeria.
Oh God.
That's a little
Worst description ever. Go ahead, non-consensual.
non-consensual.
She gains
Valeria?
19 hit points, and I lose 19 hit points.
No, you lose double that, I believe.
Yeah.
Is life
No,
currency.
no.
You're-
It's the other way. You take that
Other
much
way.
and you give double.
Yes.
Isn't he takes the 19 and she gets twice that back?
One second,
Valeria,
I'm gonna post.
You are
the-
revitalized with 38 hit points. And you look, and you're looking at a very pale Hulk touching your face covered in black veins.
38.
At least he wasn't giving you mouth to mouth when he did that.
That's such a cool spell, man.
It
Twitch
is
nearly
a lot of
died because
healing.
of this spell.
At least it wasn't the professor, right?
That's what it says. It goes ignore the 17. So
Valeria, you are back to consciousness. You are prone. Falk is prone. Very low on health. You can see that he looks emaciated. Like he straight up gave you like bits and pieces of his own life force to bring you back to life.
Out of curiosity,
Kind of.
Chris, you don't have it on the card there. What's the range of this spell? Because it says one creature of your choice that you can see within range. So
It's-
do you
you
have
can do
to
it
be
from-
adjacent to the...
oh fuck me! It's
No,
already
you can do it from 30 feet, but he told me he went up there and went prone, so...
No, I know he did.
I-
That's
no,
why I was
I-
like curious. This is
I
why
it
you
says
put all the information in your spell attack. All of it.
it is there. I didn't see the 30 feet.
I was gonna
It's
say,
there. I see it now, but I thought. Anyways, I thought it would be as a cool spell, and I thought it would be cool for roleplay reasons. So there.
He
super cool.
projectile vomits a 30-foot stream into your mouth.
Yeah. It's a super cool spell, and that was a super cool roleplay moment. Now it's Valeria's turn to react.
You just got baned.
Where's the thing?
No more attacking our own party. Falk does that enough already.
I'm gonna go for the one that with the one in front of me.
Okay.
Number 2 is granting advantage right now for your first attack.
Okay, I'll do that.
Red one is.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. It's this red one. I'm sorry. Not number 2. Number 1. I scratched that one.
Yeah, number 1, the one in front of me.
Okay, go ahead and toggle
I
advantage.
mean, to the face.
– 23 definitely hits.
Does it charge? That's 6.
Nice roll for that.
Yes, 2d6. 11.
And
Oh man.
I just stay there, I
move-
guess, for now.
I'm gonna move him to the front so you guys can see his health bar. But that,
That's a pretty hefty mace hit for it's a D6 weapon doing 15 points of damage. I really like it.
I guess bonus action. Use call out my spiritual weapon.
okay. I thought you were okay.
I guess I'll put it right here. And then I'll go for the one there with that.
Just a reminder, Laymorn is also down right now.
This guy here or this guy?
Hey,
I was
untoggle
just
that.
about to say. I guess everybody forgot about Parlemore.
I didn't forget.
The one in
Getting out
front.
of there.
Red one? Okay. The 17 does hit.
Just
I'm gonna
bleeding
say
out
weird.
unconscious over there in the background against the wall.
He even looks more like a pile of pillows now.
Go ahead and roll your damage, Carl.
Yeah, he just looks as if he is the pillow.
Ooh, nice hit. Or kick, as it were.
That was a hefty hit by the spiritual weapon that did a lot of damage. Are you going to stay there? Gar Shadow.
Yeah, the cleric stood up from unconscious and did 25 points of damage. I just want to point that out. That's pretty badass.
Wait, so is this guy here still alive?
He's still alive.
Yep.
Gar Shadow.
Thank you,
Shadow's
Rudy,
gonna
for the plus of confidence.
Try and finish him off to knock him out.
Okay. You're going to try to knock him out?
Not knock
No.
him out. He's killing him.
Okay. I was like, okay.
We're going to treat him like a Pokemon and just knock him out, put him back in his Pokeball.
It's like the scene from Jurassic Park where he bites onto his leg, shakes it violently, and rips it loose at the joint, and this guy just screams, falls to the ground, bleeding out. He's gonna die. Okay.
He will hold his ground there as he looks at this other guy next to him.
Lunch.
This guy is going to move. He's going to pick up his sword and use an object action. He's going to move here,
I was hoping you were
staying within your
gonna do this
range. He's going to move there, staying within your range of your long weapon, and then he's going to move here, and he's going to attack twice at the cleric.
I like how nobody attacks Thalion.
18, does that miss? This guy in particular already tried to attack Thalion, and Thalion knocked his weapon out of his hand.
That's true.
You know, I'm still surrounded over here, too.
Valeria, 8 hit points. Drummond.
I'm gonna need a new employee. I'm gonna attack number 5 down there because I need an adjacent conscious.
Okay. A 15 just misses. The magic number is 16 with their shield.
Oh gosh darn it, okay. I'm staying there. Actually, I'll go ahead and disengage.
Okay.
See if maybe I can draw them away from Lame One's dead body.
You sort of move back closer to the edge, and then again you see like the closet that's kind of been closed up over here, and some more of the pillows. Red 6 is out of the fight. Rudy.
Alright, Rudy is going to move. Here, she's going to slash at red 1.
Okay. Ooh, a 9 misses as you sort of trip over the mess of pillows and stuff in the middle, leaving yourself open. Next attack against you has advantage.
Do I get my second attack?
Yes, you do.
Let's try this
Here
again.
comes the crit. Here comes the crit. Oh, it's so
Oh,
close!
that's so
So
freaking
close!
close.
That definitely hits.
Almost. So she's going to do 9 points of damage
Was that to 1 or 2?
to 1. And then she's not done yet. She's going to pull out her final flourish. And all 3 of these guys will take 5 points of damage.
Okay. Your first attack was enough to completely destroy one as you sort of cleaved him in half, opening up his midsection as he kind of fell back onto the pillows bleeding. And 2 and 5 are going to take 5 points.
That description is amazing. That
Okay.
yeah, I might need to screenshot that.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Very, very well written.
You going to stay there, Rudy?
I moved up over here, and that's where I will be. Oh, wait, hang on. Almost forgot. Leomorn, bonus action.
Doesn't it take a bonus action to use your flourish?
No, if I hit, I can use a flourish.
Okay.
I just can only use it once per attack. And I'm casting this at 3rd level.
I have to make one of these characters. What is this again? Is this a bard?
A College of Swords bard.
Yep, Bard of Swords.
I'm gonna have to make one of these. He's pretty freaking cool. She is awesome.
I mean,
Remember in our
bards
Zelda game,
are already
Ken?
awesome. So, you know.
Yeah, but I don't remember anything as awesome as Rudy. Sorry.
So
Maybe it's just because we didn't get high enough. Yeah, we didn't get high enough in levels.
I think some of those are flavor text or whatnot.
Yeah, like, this is just slashing,
Personalized.
flourish,
That's a really
and
good heal,
defensive.
too. Leomorn, you are up with 10 hit points. Very good round, Rudy. Zirak.
Alright, so feeling like, oh, wow. That really changed my whole plan. Good job, Rudy. I thought I was going to have to save the day, but apparently not.
Still
I will look at... Mark, I can't see. Is number 5 really hurt?
Yes.
Okay, number 5 is really hurt. What about this one here?
Looks like everybody is pretty hurt, minus... No, everybody is pretty hurt.
Yep. Everybody's pretty hurt. Okay, so then it doesn't matter. That's what I was going to go for the healthiest looking one, but they all look pretty beat up.
2, 3, 4, and 5 all share the same HP.
Yeah, so
and I'm flanked by 2.
I am going to... Hold on, I gotta check the range. It's 30 feet, so let me move first. So I'm going to step forward, and as I'm stepping forward, I'm kind of moving my hands and chanting, but it's not words of magic. It's almost as if my voice takes on a different tone. If you've ever seen Dune, I'm doing the speech where I order them to obey me, essentially.
I heard they were doing Dune.
Yeah, they are. So I'll move here, and I will say that'll be quite enough of that. It's perhaps time for you to set down your sword and stop this nonsense. And I'll do this to this guy here.
Is this a charm?
It's an enchantment, so I think...
Creatures that can't be charmed are immune to this effect. Okay, so these guys, they have advantage against being charmed or frightened.
Okay. And I can give them a sentence or two. So I will say, put down your sword and lay down on the pillows and take a nap.
Yes, they have something called Consortium Devotion. When they're within the Shadow Labs, the Apostle has advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened. So it's not so much their innate magical ability that lets them do this. It's their absolute cultish fervor and their belief in what's kind of been sort of brainwashed into them that's helping them sort of fight against the suggestion. So here we go. Cross your fingers. This is a wisdom or charisma saving throw?
It's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, here we go. Oh,
You saved by 1.
so close.
So yeah.
He there's a tentative moment where he sort of begins to sort of let his sword arm down. And then he sort of shakes his head and he looks at his sword. He turns back to you, and then he flips it, looking at Lamorn, getting ready to stab down on him. Okay. Red 4 is going to try to kill Lamorn.
Is Lamorn still prone? I can't tell.
He's still prone on the ground.
Okay.
15 Lamorn.
Shield. Throw him that staff.
I was waiting for the magic word. So that one misses as it hits against your magical shield of your strange illusion-like armor that sort of sprouted on your body from the staff. And here comes his second attack. 19, which just gets past your arcane shield, driving into your stomach as he sort of twists the blade.
I will use my ward mark to deflect 2 points of damage, shattering the ward.
Okay. Lamorn, you take 7 points of damage. This guy's going to come in and try to attack you. Their orders were quite clear. 12 and 16 as you're thrashing about, sort of like the adrenaline rush. You're like kicking like a child that doesn't want to go home and be picked up. You're just thrashing your staff around, kicking, and they're trying to get to you and they can't. Xerox throwing magic to aid you.
It's a Jackie Chan moment. It's touching.
Thalion, it is your turn as that guy is dead.
I'm going to strike at red 5.
A 16 just hits. Fucking max damage. You decapitate him with your halberd blade.
And I will spin and I will... Oh. I think you just...
That is the wrong guy. What the fuck?
I think you marked it off of a couple.
Oh my god.
Can you guys not hear
So
me?
that's what...
Hit the undo
Nope,
button.
sorry, I
Hit the
wasn't-
undo button.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Damn talent. So you just Captain America, your halberd, and they all go decapitate.
Shit. Sorry, guys. Well, you're not sorry.
I feel it. I've made the same mistake.
Drummond picked it up like 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, that's my fault. I wasn't paying attention too much.
So I think we should just roll with it.
Okay, 15, 15, 10, 15, red 5. Son of a gun. Okay. I'm gonna have to go through all my tokens again to make sure I didn't do that again. Stallion?
Did I still kill red 5?
Red 5 is dead.
Okay, so I will spin and I'll kind of shout, Valeria, duck, and aim for red 2.
Oh, damn it. Well, that guy should still be alive. 17 is going to use his reaction to parry. He's going to add 3 to his AC, which I haven't been doing this whole fight. But, yeah, but fuck it. So this one misses. He parries this one away.
Oh so there were some that were more healthy than others. They just didn't.
Yeah, like
all
these
take
two.
the same
These two
damage.
haven't been taking any hits whatsoever. So I think they should
That's
be. In,
what I
like,
thought.
they should be in like the high 40s. So, but I don't know for sure. So I'm just
Wait,
gonna
then how did their health go down? I mean,
because
They're all
I accidentally had them linked, and I didn't realize it.
4's never been hit, and 3 I think has been hit once.
Yeah, so none of these guys really over here have been hit, but I'm just gonna say screw it. That was my fault. I just gotta eat it.
Alright, I am going to 15, and I'm going to attack 2. The rapier. And miss.
The 8 does miss.
And bonus action, I'm gonna heal Leomorn with Healing Word again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, where are you? Oh my God, what is-
This apostle is going to turn around. He's going to attack Falk, who brought up his quarry that he was about to kill. Leomorn, you're up with 7 HP.
Thank you.
Falk, does a 12 hit?
a 12 hits. I only have an 11 AC.
Holy balls. Alright, you take 6 points of slashing damage. It's the second swing. 8 plus. You take 13 total points of damage. I believe you are down.
Yep.
Moonlight.
Moonlight is going to fly down to this one here, scratch its eyes, and fly back up to where he's at.
Okay, I'll give him the grant. Next attack is advantage. Leomorn, you are prone on the ground, surrounded by 2 enemies.
I'm going to pull myself up. And Red 4 is the one that stabbed me, right?
Yes, he was the one that did stab you additionally.
I am going to have his eyes start glowing their separate colors, reach in and do a shocking grasp, and
Okay.
see what kind of damage we'll get. And that's the advantage. That gives me advantage, doesn't it? Or...
Gives you advantage on him because he's wearing a chain shirt.
Alright.
21 hits.
Okay. And please. Yeah, I'm gonna burn a sorcery point to use the. What is my meta? Where's my meta magic?
Empowering spell.
Yes, I'm gonna use empowering spell.
So
Go ahead
you
and
can
click it. What
re-roll
does it
a number of dice equal to your charisma modifier, I believe.
Okay, so go ahead and re-roll your 2d8. So just hit the shocking grasp button again on the chat.
That's better.
Okay.
Because now I'm pissed.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yep, that's all I can do.
Okay, Falk, I need a death saving throw.
Nope. I flipped my coin. This is a saving throw.
Oh, that's right. It was tails, so it's fail. So that's a 1. That means you have 2 failed death saving throws.
Yep.
Totally forgot about that. Thanks for reminding me.
Wow, that's pretty risky, Chris.
What the?
My magic item I have is a coin. I flip it, and my next saving throw is either a 50% chance crit fail or a 50% chance critical success.
I created that coin
It's number 2
separately
with my
myself.
mace.
That was red 2 with your mace. 19 hits. Can you ping? Okay. Go ahead and roll your damage. Okay,
Came back to life, even though he was the reason I almost died.
okay.
You only get for first level though, because I'm bitter.
So 3. Oh,
I
okay.
think you get a max heal from her anyways at first level, so that's 7. You're conscious with 7 hit points, but you were still
Because I'm bitter. I love it.
Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, luckily he's not too much.
It's not my fault you failed the saving throw.
Okay, that guy's dead. That guy's dead.
He better not say that out loud.
I don't.
It's not my fault all of you have no charisma, is what you would have to say that in character.
It's not my fault you didn't get out of the way of my fireball.
Yeah, right?
If he said that, Elise would be like, tempting to use my charisma against you.
Careful, Valeria,
That's
last
like
time you
charisma,
punched somebody in the face, you killed them outright.
Yeah. At least Elise isn't as strong as Valeria.
You can say that's how you heal him. You just punch them in the face.
Okay, sorry.
Maybe I'll slap you the next time I decide I want to heal you.
That reminds me of my grave cleric, Mary. She,
Shadow.
You know, cure wounds, slap.
Garshadow is gonna circle around and pounce on that one there in front of Leo.
Okay. So 25 is going to hit.
And then he has to make a save to stay up, or I will bite his head off.
Okay, this is made at normal. 7. So he falls prone. Go ahead and make your bite attack.
Don't forget advantage.
Oh, hey. You already had it toggled. Okay. I was going to say you had advantage on your pounce.
Yeah, I remember when the owl.
Okay, go ahead and roll the damage. So it's going to be 6 plus 8 for... Why can't I do math? That's 13.
14.
13, right? 8 plus 5?
14 is 6 plus 8.
Oh, 6. Yes, damn it. Yes, 14.
So 21 total damage is what he did to the character.
He is barely alive. Let me put the prone symbol on him for you spellcasters out there. Okay. He's got 1 hit point left, Laymore.
Jeez.
This guy's dead. Drummond, mop up.
Little help, Dad.
We'll just finish this guy on the floor here.
Okay. Let Rudy do all the other wet work.
Feel like a garbage man with his stick pole, like sticking it.
Oh no!
Man, I still can't hit anything. I haven't hit anything all.
Oh my god. That just means you're gonna
Use your
explode
lucky
to
dagger,
death.
please.
Okay.
I should. This rapier hasn't worked since Xerac messed with it.
Oh, nice!
Are you gonna stay there, Drummond?
Yeah, I'll stay here. I'll kick him next turn.
Okay. Rudy.
Rudy's going to finish off Red 2, hopefully.
It hasn't come back to his turn. He still doesn't have, I believe, his... Hold on. Yes, he attacked already. He's going to use his reaction to parry, adding 3 to his AC, so the 18 just misses.
Second attack.
Ain't no stopping that one.
So she will come down. He's going to parry, but then she kind of just like tosses it away and then brings it down expertly. An
Yeah, I
expert
think-
showman swordsman.
This should kill him, I believe. Yeah, that kills him.
Then she will turn and say, "You haven't finished yet." And then she's going to bonus action healing word Leomorn.
Feeling more invigorated each time.
Go ahead and re-roll that one, Rudy. Okay, so that's going to be 4 for a total of 9. 9 more hit points added to your total there, Leomorn.
Okay.
I think Zirak has a chance to kill these guys. Zirak, it is your turn.
I'm half tempted to see if Leomorn can survive a Burning Hands spell.
Do it again, hero.
But God, that's pulling a Lagozo, and I don't know if I can do that.
I think
What's up with all these Lagozos?
I think you can
Oh,
fix
man.
and put prone both of them. If you stand in moonlight,
Oh, I do see it. No, that would hit
if you stand
Roman,
in
though.
moonlight place, I think you'll miss. Well, I think you'll go 1, 2, and then 3, right?
Actually, yeah, I think so.
I can do it that way. Yeah.
Right.
All right, that's
I
the
think you can
plan.
get 'em.
20 feet to there. Thumbs are touching. Zirak's signature move as he fans the flames out in front of him to try and burn them. Now, let me go ahead and give you the.
Leomorn Zirak looks down to you and says, "Payback's a bitch." Leomorn screams as the fire goes, but it completely misses him. Alright, here we go. 2 dexterity saving throws made at normal. They have a +1 to their dex. We'll see what happens. And they take half damage on a fail.
Yeah, so they'll still take 6 even if they make it.
That is a full 13 to red 3. Right?
He was already laying down. He couldn't get out of the way.
Yeah, he was too many pillows. The pillows caught fire. He was fucked. Here we go. Red 4. Oh shit.
God damn.
So he still that still burned him for quite a bit, even though he got out of the way for the most part. It still did quite a bit of damage.
Alright, so I'm going to continue my movement to try and get a little bit clear of that enemy. I don't want him coming around to me. So that will be the rest of my to 30 feet to get there next to Elise. And I'll say it's up to you, Thalion. Go get him.
Sorry, Leomorn. This guy's just gonna attack you. Sorry. That's all he's got left. He's on his last legs. These are all made at normal. An 8. And a 24. This one was just almost a glancing blow as it sort of bounced off the wall from his first feeble attempt to try to slash down at you with his longsword. 10 slashing damage, though, as he rakes it from your shoulder neck joint all the way down through your chest, cutting into your robes.
Those are my best robes, you asshole!
Thalion, mop up. Oh, he's moving in closer. Make this intimate.
I'm first actually going to strike at him with the back end. Oh, I missed. just gonna spin and go for the neck.
He tries to parry, and your halberd comes in, cleaves through his longsword with the force that you put into it, almost like a home run baseball swing. Cuts cleanly through the longsword into his neck, and sending his head sort of flying and bouncing off the wall as his body kind of stammers, falls to the ground, dead. And that's where we're going to leave off tonight.
Holy cow! I can't wait to role play with this Parasha next week.
I hope that was intense for you guys. Feel like I kind of robbed you of a little bit more excitement, the fact that I fucked the tokens up, so I apologize. But that was a pretty fun fight, so I dug
want
it.
to
Everybody
quickly
kept
go over
around.
to Falk, and I want to kick him while he's down.
Falk, you die.
No, I don't.
Oh, God.
Yeah, if you kick him while he's down, that's
this is
literally
great.
a crit.
I can't wait until we get into the next section
I have
of this.
hit points,
that we've
Ken.
already been in.
I'm up.
The
Oh, sorry, I
entire,
couldn't see your health bar, Chris. I thought you were still at 0.
the entire group just starts curb stomping you with the pillows and just.
Pillow fight.
Violent pillow fight.
Yeah, a pillow fight where everybody's focused on just one person already on the ground.
So is it like the pillow fight from the animal or wherever from where they switch bodies with the chick?
Oh, God.
I'm going to hold the pillow over his face until he stops moving.
If you stop squirming, it'll end quicker. The quicker you stop squirming, Falk.
I need to start playing casters more like Doug. I don't play. I don't use enough cantrips, Doug. I always use my spell slots, and I remember when I used to DM for you, you never ran out of spell slots. I have my 3rd level spell slots, and Mark went through basically all of my 1st and 2nd level spells in this one combat.
To be fair, every time I've played a game where Doug plays a caster, he's very judicious about using cantrips like all the time.
Yeah. I just get bored of Firebolt every turn, so I want to do some extra stuff, and then I'm out of spell slots. But with a wizard, a short rest, I can.
Clerics also have great cantrips too. So.
Yeah, if we short rest, I can regain all my 1st level spell slots, so I can do that.
See, I just build combos around a lot of this stuff to make them do more or seem more useful. That's why I was able to.
Well, you also play sorcerer, so you can do that kind of thing. I haven't seen you play a wizard yet.
Yeah, you
Well,
killed everyone trying to kill that wizard.
Well, but I don't consider Blade Singers a wizard. They're a fighter they're Eldritch Knights. Any wizard that has a 27 armor class, that's bullshit. That's not a wizard. That's a fighter.
That's a fighter.
Damn, 27? Holy sh!
Yeah, I think it was 20.
Not a spellcaster either. That might as well be a paladin.
I think you got up to 25. I don't know if you hit 27, but it was definitely
27.
I think that's why I think that number stuck in my head.
Freaking paladin at that point, Jesus!
Because he could wear
That's
light
not a
armor,
wizard.
and it was a high elf, so the AC was 17. If I used the blade dance, his AC went up by additional 4 for a minute, and then shield.
Yeah, because of it added your intelligence mod to your AC, and then you would cast shield on top of that, and then you would be blinking. So half the time you weren't even there for me to hit. Yeah, he was definitely not a Zerak. He was something else. None of them got away, thank goodness. I stood by that door on purpose down at the bottom of the map. I was not going to let Mark try to fucking run away. No,
I hope you guys picked up the fact that these swordsmen in particular, it seemed like they were tasked for one thing, and that was to try to kill as many of you as possible, which they thankfully, by the thread of, the size of floss failed. Because that got hairy. So,
It definitely felt like an assassination. Like we walked into this room and we got right up next to the girl, like we were totally not on guard, and then assassinate time. I liked the way the scene played out. It felt very good.
Falk's on the ground in the fetal position, kind of holding onto his stomach, like, we should have slit their throats.
Yeah, they felt a lot.
I don't
like
know.
those
Elise was on
sisters.
edge coming in because she's like, "Oh well, the alarms are raised. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get attacked."
So those of you that saw them fight saw that when they get grouped together, their skills become super deadly. There is also a fanaticism and a fervor in their eyes that shows that, you know, if this is indeed the inside of a cult, these guys are brainwashed to the core. So, food for thought for next time as we pick back up here inside the concubine room. As we'll leave it with the image of as you guys are sort of trying to catch your breath and letting the adrenaline sort of go down a little bit as you're looking around the room. The swaying of the silk tapestries seem quite ominous now as the scent of blood begins to mingle with the scent of the incense as Parasha is just laying on the pillows, still staring at the floor, kind of moving her finger about in the pool of blood forming from the swordsman that was Red 5, just kind of making designs.
What I find ironic, Mark, is that I specifically prepared suggestion to be my win button. And that's the spell that Zerak was role-playing talking about up above. Like I prepared magic that will not allow anything to escape. And the first time I use it, you save, and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's that thing they had. I even should have used it on Falk's spell because it was like a frightening stun spell. And I forgot about it, so at least one of them got stunned, thank God.
Yeah.
Well, it says stunned, not frightened, but I mean.
I think that's
Well,
how
if it's an enchantment,
goes when you
it's a-
prepare
it's a
new
charm.
spell, though. I think
So,
that's how
yeah,
it
it
goes
was-
when you prepare a new spell. You know.
Oh, that's a
discharge
necromancy.
it and go, "Oh, man."
Yeah, I don't think your power would have worked on that, Mark. I think you played
Okay,
it
well,
right.
either way, that was.
Yeah.
I can't believe I rolled that high that many times.
It was honestly a good plan. I'm thinking I'm gonna stun these guys and let you guys just wail on them, but it fucking backfired.
I think the problem we had is that you didn't tell us you were going to do it. You
Yeah,
just did it.
You need to use this more judiciously. It's like you standing there and everybody's clumped together, and you're like, "I'm going to cast fireball." Like,
Yeah,
and like, you
as
didn't tell
it hits the
anybody?
whole group unintentionally, and everybody just looks at you, and you're like, "What? What did I do?" Oh,
So it's,
You're-
it's
there's
definitely
a
You
little
just
bit of a
start,
fear
your
mark
face
there.
just starts melting, and everyone just goes, "What
Yeah.
the fuck?"
if you look at that spell, it's like okay, I'm walking into this room first. As soon as I say go, come in, and that's when you cast the spell. Make everybody in the room see you, and then say go, and let everybody rush in, kind of thing. So,
Or you could just say, "Don't look at me."
That's what I'm gonna do next time. Those of you that did see
Yeah,
it
avert
are
your eyes if
immune.
you don't want to get caught in my spell, please.
yeah. So when you say that, and you avert your eyes, that still
Yeah.
gives people advantage on you.
Correct.
If
It
you're
would be
not
the
stunned.
same thing
So
as
just-
it would be the same thing as a Medusa. If you're giving us the choice to avert our eyes at the beginning of your turn, then we would have to have the blinded condition for that round.
So it's definitely something that you need to be judicious about and maybe plan a strategy. Now that you know that Falk has a very powerful spell that has the capability of, quite possibly taking some people
Guess
out of
who's
a fight.
going in every room first from now on? I love it.
Because does anybody here have Fireball?
I have
No, I'm
lightning bolt.
avoiding that spell on purpose because everybody picks it and I'm bored with it, so I will not have fireball.
Okay, because I was going to say, like, if you guys let Falk go into a room and then stun as many people as he can, and then somebody just looks over his back and goes fireball. I mean, that's a fucking devastating.
I'll have something similar next
that
level, but not fireball.
Crazy.
And I will admit, I did not. I panicked. I did not know my healing spell was arranged, so that's why I'm like, I gotta go up and touch her, and I was doing a roleplay moment, so.
You
I got
knew
something
damn
on my
well
range.
you had range. You just wanted your character to touch Valyria.
No, I legitimately forgot it was range. I knew it healed, but I wasn't looking at the range. I'm like, God damn, how much healing can I do? So I just went up and did it.
Yeah, I knew one of them was doubled. I forgot which one. Thank God it wasn't double damage at least. But yeah, that was super fun, guys. Thank you. That was a really good session. Everybody kept the flow of initiative going, which was great. You guys went through a seemingly long 4-round combat in about an hour. So that's kind of a record for us. That means we're getting to know our characters a lot more and know what we got to do. So I will post the XP for this. Maybe. It depends. Because you guys can't really add it until you... Well, I guess you can add it, but you can't level up until you guys are able to take a long rest. You guys have gotten some information that allows you... Or where they've kind of given you guys some clues about ways of maybe surviving and or healing up in some places around this area. And, yeah, I'll see everybody next Tuesday.
Yep, it's almost 2 o'clock here, so...
So we slit everyone's throats.
That guy's totally awake. We slit his throat.
I'm like, God, they're high. Slit their throats this time.
Good night, everybody.
Night, guys.
Night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.